What?
Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. This is indeed Coffee with Lavender. I am indeed the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion, and maybe I'm feeling a little better this morning. We'll see what happens. Hi, everybody, and thank you all for being here. Sincerely, I love doing this for the audience, and you're the wonderful audience, and I love every one of you. Um, yeah, I've been looking at various news feeds today, and and in the days previous, around this time, and I've been seeing so much about this so-called Megxit that everybody's all, hey, look, this royal couple is standing away from Buckingham Palace and they're going out on their own and they're actually wiping their own horses and everything else like this. And I'm thinking, what is the fascination? Really, 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 why is it that everybody is not only Harry and Meghan, but celebrities in common, and you go up through the supermarket aisle and you see all this tabloid stuff about I'm carrying ET's baby. And where does all this come from? So today is going to be something of a rant, if nothing else. Maybe we'll learn something, maybe we won't. It doesn't matter. It's just get this off my freaking shoulders. And to help me do that, we have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. How are you, dear?
I'm an attack helicopter. No, I'm good. Uh, not entirely awake, but I'm here and I might be able to contribute something to that conversation. But I honestly don't. I'm not sure I can precisely articulate why people love that stuff. Although, if I were to look at any of it, it would probably more likely be the ET's baby thing rather than the celebrity gossip. You see, because you'll get stuff like this,
Yes, yes, yes.
and this is fun.
Where did that come from?
Well, right there, that's it. I remember seeing that when it was new in the supermarket.
I don't think I had ever seen that particular brand of tabloid trash. That was what, Sunday Sport or something?
Something like that. It just let's see. Yeah, Sunday Sport it says. I don't know. I just know that that's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, it does have that appeal sometimes. It gets old. The fifth week in a row, you go through the line of Giant Eagle, and it's like I'm carrying ET's baby, or Robert Redford is dying of cancer at 32 or whatever it is, and they show a picture of someone who looked like they spent an hour in a room with a cask of Cobalt 60. Um, the obviously manufactured, the obviously photoshopped, if you want to put it that way. And is it the case that the purchasers don't know that this isn't real, or what? I don't
Well,
know.
I'm sure there's someone who only goes to that tiny gas station in that one horse town from their log cabin where they're hiding from the government. That person buys this tabloid.
It's great. I mean, you might as well put the label on it, with I don't know, Gold Key Comics or whatever it is, because it's. I think I may have read one or two of them because somebody had one lying around. I've spoken to my grandparents' summer cottage out Kelly's Island. Occasionally, when we would come to the cottage for our, say, the 2 week stay or something like that, the people who were renting the cottage, because they rented the cottage out in order to have some income to pay the property taxes and utilities and all this other shit. The people who had been there that previous week would leave something behind. And you found all sorts of interesting reading material. The men's magazines or the tabloid papers and all this other stuff. And you'd see some of this stuff going on in there. And I don't remember where exactly I was going with this, but it was all sorts of fun to read that stuff, and people actually pay attention to this, and I think that's the biggest thing. Why do they pay attention to the celebrities? Well, the celebrities I can almost. There was an article I read a couple days ago while I was looking for stuff connected with this that posited that this was sort of an escapism, that sort of thing. I'm wondering what they're escaping to. I mean, escaping from is easy enough, but what is it about that's a world you want to jump into? Um,
Actually, I'll be honest, I think the motivation is something else entirely. I think part of it is just some people love watching a celebrity crash and burn. And I think it's because they like to think, "Oh, see, they're no better than I am." You know,
okay.
it's like I may not be a celebrity, but at least I wasn't caught in an Asian underage brothel doing coke up on six. I mean, that's probably what it is just watching someone fall from a great height.
That I can buy. I really can. So I wonder if they're thinking that these two royals are gonna hit the rocks or something like that. I mean, not that I really give a shit.
Well, I actually am not particularly familiar with the story. I've seen bits of it on Facebook where I looked at a clickable title and said, "Oh, whatever,"
Yeah,
but I don't have the details.
if I remember correctly, and audience, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe that Megan's an American girl. She's a total outsider to the royal family, and this may. I haven't looked at enough of it to know, but I'm wondering if she wanted to step away from the royals because that wasn't her way of life and everything else, and Harry, being a good puppy on a leash, is going along with her. And the other thing is, they're really not in line for the throne. I mean, a lot of people have to die in order for them to be
Well, I mean,
anywhere. Hmm?
if I remember it, the heir is Harry, right?
Um,
Like he's the crown prince kind of guy.
you know what? I'm going to look this up. And
No, I've never quite understood it though. Isn't Prince Charles the heir that like Harry is Prince Charles' son? I mean, what are they picturing that Queen Elizabeth is going to outlive him and that's why Harry is the heir apparent?
well, okay. One thing I do know, and I have seen in print, the word is that as soon as the crown passes to Chuck, he's going to pass it along because nobody wants to see him on the throne. Somebody correct
Ah,
me if I'm wrong, but that whole debacle with Diana.
right. Well, I still think it's funny that we have royalty in this day and age.
Yes, I as well. I think that way. Haven't.
Like I could almost see the aristocracy. I could almost see dukes and earls and counts and shit. But, kings and queens who are heads of government is just weird. It's like something out of a fantasy novel.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now there are no names on this one where I'm seeing this, so I still can't attach faces to the line of succession. But we have, the sovereign, then the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Cambridge, Prince George of Cambridge, Princess Charlotte of Cambridge. This is all in descending order here.
Yeah.
Um,
And then you've got Baron Wasteland and Count Backward.
Pretty much, yes. I like that. I like that. Ooh. Oh my. Yeah, that's from www.royal.uk. Oh, Jesus.
Well, I mean, it's just so strange to me that this is even a thing. Like,
Okay, from Mr. Shadow Kitty, Harry is the seventh one down. Okay.
is he?
So I guess a
Then who
lot.
the hell is like the heir after
I
Charles?
believe that's William. Because remember,
Oh,
remember Diana had two boys.
yeah, I don't remember any of that.
Okay, that much I do remember.
Okay.
I think it was Bill and Harry.
Mm. Well, that's another thing I've often wondered about. Like, famous people from history who have like names that definitely have nicknames. And I wonder if they were ever called that. Like, was William Shakespeare ever Bill? You know? That kind of thing.
I
Is Prince Charles, as a child, was Prince Charles ever called Chuck or Chucky or Charlie, even? Or was he Charles from day one and never was that made cute?
Well, as far as I can tell, there's one Shakespearean play in which Harry is mentioned, and I'm trying to remember the particular sovereign in question, where that if the story is anywhere near real, that seems to have been his nickname. That's the only
Like
case.
first name Harold?
Yeah, except for the fact that if memory serves me, Harold was not his first name, but it was something from which you could derive Harry if you tried really hard. Um,
Harcourt.
yes, there you are. Harcourt Fenton Mudd.
Right.
um,
Sorry, by the way, for those watching, I'm sorry I keep hitting my microphone, but I woke up with my hair a complete wreck, and I have to go out immediately after this show, possibly even in the middle of it. So I'm doing my hair, and occasionally I will thwack the microphone. But when I'm done with this, I have every intention of turning the camera on.
okay then. And we shall experience thy visage, and we shall, fall to our knees before the beatific vision, and yeah, okay. Oh my, what do we have here? Wait, I'm trying to read up the thing here. Mamiganut says, "Damn, beat me to it." Beat,
I wonder what you mean by that.
yeah, I wonder, is it the Heidi Ho?
Mm, I don't know.
That could be either Mr. Hankey or Minnie the Moocher. I'm not sure which. Oh, we shall be in awe. There you go. Okay, okay. Oh, Mud. There you go. Yes.
Ah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know too many names besides Harold and Harcourt that start with Har, that
Yeah.
start with an HR. I have a friend whose last name is Harlan, but that's not so much the kind of thing that gets nicknamed, is it?
Right. Um. When Harry Hotspur. There we
Mm,
go.
but I mean, I'm
No.
not entirely certain though why people dig on celebrity gossip. I like I said, I think part of it is just watching someone fall, but sometimes it's also just people become fans of people and want to know more about them.
Well, I can get some of that. I really can. What I really don't get is prying so far into their lives that you can see out their mouth from up their arse.
Yeah.
Like there were a couple of celebrities out there with a bit of a weight problem, and I remember the supermarket tabloids tracking their weight for Christ's sake, virtually.
Mm.
The pounding on the pounds and all this. Go, come on,
Although, I mean, there are some where I have wondered what the hell happened. Like, I don't know if you ever watched Star Trek Voyager, but Janeway was a friggin' beanpole. But then if you watch her in Orange is the New Black, it took me 3 episodes to recognize her. Now, part of that might have been the Russian accent, but a huge part of it is she went from beanpole to Jabba the Hutt, and I don't know what happened to her.
Okay, then. But well, I'm not right there to watch what you're doing, but I don't think you're trying to get up or whatever to to see. Okay,
Oh,
how much does
no.
she weigh today? Um,
No, but I still am curious. I mean, that's the thing is like, as much as it's not even really my business, something is different about someone whose career at least noticed, and I want to know what the hell happened. It's like curiosity killed the cat, but for a while I was a suspect.
okay, I like that. Let me write that down.
I
Um,
stole it from Stephen Wright.
oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Stephen Wright's awesome. If you don't know Stephen Wright, gang, you need to because he's a really funny comedian.
Yes, absolutely. If I have the right guy, is he the one that delivers everything and is sort of a
Yeah,
dead
that's
man?
him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We.
That's him.
Yeah. Um, there we go. Yeah. Here's the what I'm trying to look at here is if the Harry I was thinking of earlier was Harry Hotspur, who showed up in let me see Henry the Fourth Part One. Um,
Oh,
but
I really don't much care for Shakespeare.
okay. Um,
I've been having some conversations, arguments with people about judgment on taste in entertainment. And I think what it is boiled down to is that when people think something is high art, it inevitably involves a shit ton of pathos. And I'm like, I get enough pain and misery in my real life. I don't need it in my entertainment. I expect that when the credits roll, I will be happier than when I went into the theater you know? But if you look at a lot of great literature, have you ever noticed just how often there's a death at the end of it? You are guaranteed a corpse by the
oh
end of it. Little
yes.
Women, Joe dies, right? Old Yeller dies. Bridge to Terabithia, what's her face, whose name I don't remember, dies. There's always inevitably a death at the end of it. And oh, look, I made the audience sad.
Well,
Therefore, my work is deep.
we were
And I'm
talking.
just like, fuck that.
Yeah, we were talking about the Bugs Bunny thing earlier, and there was even a joke about that on one of the Bugs Bunny cartoons that was built around opera. I believe it's the one built around the Wagnerian operas when Elmer Fudd is carrying Bugs's lifeless body into the sunset. Uh, Bugs looks up and says, "What? Did you expect a happy ending? You know, one of these things." Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just like, look, you're just because you consider something that has spaceships, robots, aliens, and laser guns in it to be like lowbrow and common, if someone thinks that, they haven't experienced it. They just look at the surface and don't see what's underneath. I mean, I have sung the praises of the Orville many times, and there are some episodes in that particular sci-fi show. Oh my gosh, total tearjerkers. They really are. I mean, like there's this episode where they find a time capsule from, gosh, I want to say 2014 was what it was, maybe 2012, and in there is a cell phone, and there's all these text messages and a video message from the woman who left it in there. And Gordon, the pilot of the ship, feeds it into their equivalent of the holodeck and says, recreate this woman as a simulation. And he goes in and totally falls in love with her like you wouldn't believe. and like it oh man, just the way well, I don't want to spoil the ending, but I was just like, oh, that is so heart-wrenching right there.
Okay, you're
But
saying
someone who loves the pathos-based entertainment would probably dismiss it right away because of the fucking spaceships.
okay, then you're saying this is the Orville?
Uh-huh. Oh, such a great
I
show.
have got to get. Is any of it on um, digital media yet? DVD.
Right? Oh yeah, yeah. The first two seasons are on disc.
Okay, I'm gonna have to scrape some money together. I have to scrape money together for a lot of other stuff before I do that, but I'm gonna have to do it because the way you describe it, it sounds like something I would like, and it's
Well, I
just
mean, maybe, but here's the thing: you don't got to spend money on it. You don't have to spend money on it. It's streaming for freaking free online.
oh okay okay. Well, I guess that's where I is it the era I come from or something, whatever it is. I Online streaming is not the first thing I think of when I think of watching something. Yet here I am streaming online. Go figure.
Although,
Um,
actually, I might have to take that back because I'm looking at the Fox Online thing that is supposed to stream it, and it looks like they're limiting it to just 14 episodes of season two or something. I
it's
don't know. If you have Hulu, you can watch all of it.
well, that's something I may have to get around to one of these days. I mean, right now, well, I put myself on an austerity budget to see if I couldn't make Faithless Forum, but then when the roof caved in on me, the financial roof. Okay, I'm not even making that, but I'm staying on the austerity budget.
Well,
So
I
maybe
mean,
next year, maybe
Hulu's like $12 a month.
Yeah, if I get lucky, I might be able to fit that in by my birthday, which
Okay.
it's not that far away when you think of it. I mean, this is January. My
Yeah.
birthday's 6 months out, um, almost to the day. Um, but it's yeah. Well, I mean, just a quick aside on that one. A lot of co-payments hit me, and I ended up paying 100 and something
Ugh.
in 1 month, just beginning to catch up on some co-payments. So this is why, even in my hardware and stuff, it's going to take a while to get some stuff done. But that's
See, that's just insanity. I'm still telling you, there's got to be some way you can get on a health plan like mine where you pay bupkis.
we're going to work on it as far as that goes.
Yeah. I mean, because seriously, I spend nothing on medical prices. Nothing.
Well, you live in California.
Well, yeah, but it wouldn't shock me if there's something like that out in the sticks where you live.
Yes, I would call Pittsburgh the sticks. Yes, I would.
I've actually never been to Pittsburgh. I think the closest I've been to Pittsburgh is Philly.
Mm.
Like, I mean, physically closest.
Yeah, Pittsburgh wants to think it's something great. I don't know that they ever will be. Um, it's not that bad a place to live until you start to talk to the people around.
That bad, huh?
Well, two things. Number one, there are a lot of people that were connected with the steel mills in one way or another and are still wishing for them to come back.
Mm.
Prime Trump bait, one of these
Ah,
deals. Yeah.
yeah.
And then the other thing is they sound like they're going to the Hass after they go downtown, and it's like ah the
Well,
the
okay, you know
Pittsburgh
what kind
accent.
of drove me
I
nuts? Did you ever see the movie Snatch?
doesn't
By
sound.
the same guy who did Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and boy, does it show half the cast returns, and it's basically the same plot. But it's got
Okay.
it's got Brad Pitt in it, and he's with a bunch of like gypsies who live in the UK. right? I think they have another name for them, something like Mokies or Smolies or some shit. I don't know. But he's supposed to have this completely impenetrable accent that like Britons don't understand. Pikeys, that's what they're called, pikeys. And like I understood it. I knew exactly what the hell he was saying. But apparently, to the characters in the show, it might have well been some 80,000-year-old dead language, you know?
Yeah, I can make out what they're saying. It's just the way it sounds when they're saying it just grates on my nerves. And remember,
Mm,
I've lived here half my life, and it still gets to me.
well, I feel much the same way about Boston.
Wow. Yeah, I've been in Boston, and God, that accent hit me like a hammer. Um, that was on a that was on a college choir tour back '77, and yeah, to hear the folks speaking sharp, wow. Um,
Yeah. Well, and
Boston and
I love
Pittsburgh. Hmm?
Louis C.K. said, no, there is no Boston accent. It's just a whole town of people saying words wrong.
One could apply that to Pittsburgh. Because I was just thinking that Boston and Pittsburgh share some qualities that are extremely annoying, and the
Hmm.
sharpness of the accents is one of those qualities.
Well, there are certain alternate pronunciations of certain words that I find, well, the word isn't offensive, but it bugs me. Like, you know what? I do not like what grates on me is when people say either and neither. Drives me right up the fucking wall. I don't know why. I hate it.
What? So it could either be this or
I will
that,
light
or
you on
maybe.
fire. I can find you and I will do damage to you.
Ooh.
Another one, you won't enjoy this. But also another one that just I want to light people. I just is when they say data.
Okay, okay.
Like collect all the data and have the computer process it. Oh, I want to murder them. I really do. The word is data, you jackasses. So
I
I
thought it
mean,
was
there are
Dada.
just what?
I thought it was Dada.
No, that's an art style.
Okay, okay.
Dadaism, yeah?
Yeah, I do. I actually do.
Okay, okay. But no, I mean, seriously, that just bugs the fucking crap out of me. That one. Um, so I mean, when I hear an accent where people are pronouncing words in ways that, oh, I don't know. You actually did one of them recently when you said debacle instead of debacle.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I do have my moments. I admit that.
Yeah. Oh, another one that drives me right up the wall is when people say clitoris instead of clitoris.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, I hate that so much.
I don't know where that former pronunciation comes from. With the accent on the second syllable.
Hmm. Oh, there is this British YouTube channel I watch, where it's like all pop culture stuff. Often it's here's 10 movies that were never made, and all of them are British. And when they start talking about a movie that's about a real person's life, they don't call it a biopic. They call it a biopic. Yeah.
I get it with the spelling, but if you know what it's supposed to be, I don't get it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, these are the same people who always talk about the actor Joaquin Phoenix. Not Joaquin Phoenix, Joaquin Phoenix. And the truth is, though, enough people gave them crap about it that they've learned to pronounce it properly.
Okay. Because when you're speaking of Joaquin Phoenix, I'm not sure who you're talking about, but then again,
He's like, do you remember River Phoenix?
I remember the name.
Okay, well, this is his brother. He actually used to go by Leaf. I don't know why it changed to Joaquin, but
Because it
it
sounded cool.
did.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I get it because I came really close to having a name like Moonbeam, being raised by hippies. And like his brother was River. I think they've got a sister with another nature name. I'd have to look it up.
Oh,
But
jeez.
so it might just be he wanted to divorce himself from his brother or something. I don't know. But
Well, wouldn't you do that by changing both names?
I don't know.
Because really, I mean, I hear a connection between Joaquin Phoenix and River Phoenix as soon as you say them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, maybe he just wanted to break up the pattern. I mean,
Okay, okay.
it's like I can only imagine you get two brothers, twin brothers, and they name them like Harry and Larry or Larry and Barry or something. I can totally get one of them going, "Fuck this rhyming shit. I want my own. I want my own
Yeah.
name."
Yeah.
And I can see that happening. So if all of your siblings are named for nature, I get it. And hell, for all I know, Joaquin means leaf in Spanish.
I don't know, man. Now you got me curious. There's
Oh,
there's the
we
pointer.
have this remarkable thing called the internet.
Yes, we do.
Let's see here. Okay. Um,
What does
yeah.
Joaquin mean?
Spanish language. Oh gosh, it means lifted by Yahweh.
Okay then. Yeah, you and I just doing the same thing at the same time here. You got to the lifted by Yahweh just microseconds before I did. Oh
Yeah.
my.
Well, I'm willing to bet Wikipedia has an entry on him, and it might say, let's see, early life, acting career, personal life. Maybe it's in there. Uh, okay, okay. I don't see it, but this is a wall of text. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh, Leaf Phoenix was a self given name. Apparently, his
Oh.
birth name was Joaquin,
Oh,
and
okay.
he went back to it.
Okay then.
But yeah, it says here, right, his sister was named Summer. Yeah,
All right then.
okay, okay. Well, interesting, I guess.
In its own way, in its own way. It's one of those things you would find on the supermarket tabloid shelf. It's to link us back to the title. I like what IQ says. Celebrities, as in persons whom to celebrate, typically acknowledging achievements or failures, can be measured by those with the least amount of privacy. Yeah, there you go. How you doing,
Well, I mean,
sweetness?
I have to admit, I'm sure there are things in my past that I don't want to be public knowledge, and if I ever became a celebrity, they would come out.
Yeah, it's really weird the way that happens because there are people who will, who will make entire careers of digging far into a person's past in order just to bring out stuff that that person would rather not have out.
Yeah.
I can
I
think of a
mean, like
couple
some of
famous
my
examples.
Well, I mean, some of my former relationships, I've told you about the junkies I've dated. Someone somewhere is going to find that if I ever become a celebrity and go, "Gee, look at what's in your past," and publish it. Kate Farr, star of this movie or that movie, used to date a junkie. Oh gosh, the like public fallout that could come from that.
Well, no, okay, this is really interesting. I mean, thank you for mentioning this because I was thinking about this over the last day or two with that stuff that came out about Joe Biden and his trying to cut Social Security, like 25 years ago or over the last 25 years. Um, don't people get that celebrities are not static? That what you see on the screen right now is not what they were 20 years ago or what they will be 20 years from now. Um,
Well, I mean, it's not quite the same though with like say actors versus politicians because actors aren't making policy, you know?
well,
They're not
yeah,
going to affect our life
well,
really in any material way.
I get that. I really do. The thing is a politician allowed to change her mind or his mind? Um, where you had Joe Biden wanting to cut Social Security and allegedly he doesn't anymore. Is that a change in his position that is not inspired by his running for the presidency? Is it what's the word I'm looking for? A sincere change in his attitude, or Hillary Clinton when she changed her mind on. She did change her mind, right, on marriage equality.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
he,
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean that's the thing is there are certain politicians I find really hard to trust because it seems to me like they are going with the moment against their actual beliefs
I get that.
versus
Yes, yes.
versus ones who have had conversions that are hard to deny. Like I've had a lot of people look at, say, Tulsi or AOC and go, look at what they used to think. Look at what they used to believe. And I'm like, yeah, but look at the extreme activism they've gone to now. You can't fake that. It's not a milk toast position. It's not a demographics of voters position. It's they came around. And you can tell because they are not just advocates, they're actors on these matters. It's like you they don't have a public position and a private position like a lot of people do.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Whereas you look at someone like Hillary and you go, you are just playing to the voters. But what you actually think and what you actually might do if you're elected are clearly not the same thing. So, I mean, I've seen people point at some of Tulsi's records, and I'm like, yeah, but look at her now. Do you think she still believes that for realsies? And
Mm-hmm.
and you always get a response like, once a Republican, always a Republican. And I'm like,
Excuse me, excuse me.
yeah, you know. So I mean, okay, Tulsi shot herself in the foot with her present vote. Now, I see a lot of people just flipping out about it, but I heard her reasoning and it made a certain kind of sense. She was showing a certain amount of integrity by voting that way because she knew that it would be politicized. She knew that it was like just a bad time to impeach the president, but at the same time, she really didn't believe in Trump and could not vote to not impeach him. And like I got it, but most of the public just can't see past the moment
Yeah.
and the larger picture. And so, I mean, I was quite an advocate for Tulsi for a really long time. She was my second choice after Bernie, you
Okay.
know.
Okay.
But people look at her past record far more than her current record.
Yeah. Um, that really needs to change. People really need to be able to see something besides the moment, or something
Well,
besides their history set in stone, as if that's always going to be. Um,
well,
like,
when I hear people say, well, I mean, because I said they need to look at the big picture,
mm-hmm.
and I see a lot of people saying vote blue no matter who. And if you tell them no, I'm voting on issues, they say, well, enjoy 4 more years of Trump. And I'm like, okay, number one, you don't get to vote shame me. But number two, this election is going to be decided by the primary, by the nominee. It is
Right.
not settled in the general,
Right.
because if the nominee is someone that is crap, you're going to lose again. If they're uninspiring, if they aren't for real change, they're going to lose to Trump. So, what I say to the blue no matter who folks, I'm like, well, if you're really like that, your vote is malleable. So, what you need to do right now is throw your weight behind the candidate whose supporters are less malleable than you, because that's the candidate who can win. So
Okay.
if you don't back someone like Bernie Sanders when you're blue no matter who, welcome to 4 more years of Trump, bitch. you
Well,
know,
this is
it,
where I've come to the conclusion that I have absolutely no hope anymore. Um,
I
and
actually do have quite a bit of hope.
I, I wish I could get something from you. I really do.
Well, did you watch the most recent debate?
No, I did not. I admit to
Okay.
that.
Do you know about the thing where Elizabeth Warren, clearly knowing the mic is still hot at the end of the debate, goes up to Bernie and asks him, "Did you just call me a liar on national television?" And because it was on the whole thing where Bernie allegedly told her a woman could never be president.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
you know and so she goes up to him and says, "Did you just call me a liar on national television?" Clearly expecting some sort of big soundbite, a bunch of drama that would like swing in her favor. And Bernie was just like, "Look, we're going to talk about this later." And he walks away, not taking the bait. And it has gone so badly for Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah,
And Bernie, right now, in some of the polls, has doubled his lead against Trump in the general. So if
yeah, I've
Bernie's the
seen that.
nominee, he's going to be president.
Oh man, oh, I don't know if you know how much I want to see that. Now, the thing that saddens me a little bit is that my guess is that if he is elected president, he will not be a two-term president simply because of his age. Uh,
Possibly.
but
But
if
I
but
mean,
if he's got a
if the
decent vice
Congress
president, hmm?
if the Congress goes the same way, like if a lot of Republicans are ousted, people will probably see the good Bernie does. And they will realize this is the direction the country needs to keep heading. I mean, he could be the
Mm-hmm,
next
mm-hmm,
FDR, where, aside from his age, the only reason he's not president 80,000 times is because of term limits.
yeah. No, he is my number one candidate. I'm going to go on record and say that. He was my number one candidate the last time around. I really want to see him get the nomination. My number two was, and I think you know what I'm about to say. My number two was Elizabeth Warren. I'm really rethinking that one at this point, just
Yeah,
because of that
you know,
stunt she pulled.
I really wanted her to run last time
Well,
because a
so did
lot of
I.
what she said sounded nice. But this time around, a lot of things have come out about her where I'm like, I didn't know that, and I cannot get behind her at all.
Yeah, because last time around, I had said a number of times, if there is a woman seeking the presidency, it should not be Hillary Clinton. It should be Elizabeth Warren.
Hmm.
Um, but that didn't turn out. And as you
Hmm.
say, maybe it is good that it didn't. I don't know. Um,
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like, you've got Mayor Pete running, and I'm like, we'll have an LGBT president someday, but they're going to be a rabid and screaming liberal, not this dino blue dog like Mayor Pete.
well,
And
we all
we'll have a woman president someday, but same thing. She will be a rabid and screaming liberal. She will not be a centrist.
well, we've already had an LGBT president, but No, serious. It occasionally makes print every now and then, but James Buchanan was a screaming faggot.
Was it? I
Yeah,
see. I didn't actually know that.
yeah. Gay as a picnic basket. And
I
and
mean, I
every
seem to remember J. Edgar Hoover was a transvestite.
Oh, I think everybody knew that one, or at least I hope everybody knew that one because it was in print so freaking much. But it
Mm.
appears that Buchanan's homosexuality was an open secret that pretty
Huh.
much everybody in Washington knew.
Okay, fine. We'll have an open LGBT president, an out LGBT president sometime in my lifetime, assuming we don't kill each other.
Okay,
I don't mean you and me. I mean, if like destroying the planet and everyone dies.
yeah. Oh man, I wish. Well, no, I don't necessarily wish. I've thought about it, and well, of course, you need the money, which I would never have. Um, you need certain skills, which I don't have. I'm certainly no good at foreign policy or anything like this. But I had actually thought when I was young, in my early 30s, of taking a track that would lead to the presidency, and maybe it's a good thing for all of us that I didn't.
Yeah. Although, that would be an entertaining thing to have a president who comes out and transitions in the middle of their presidency.
That's what I was thinking.
That is a TV movie in the making right there.
Oh hell yeah, yeah! Because it was Edward that was considering the presidency. Back when I was I don't know, say about 31, 32, uh, considering getting on that track, um, which would not have ruled out a transition in the middle of the presidency.
I mean, it would open eyes if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Or even a president who just comes out in the middle of their presidency as gay or lesbian or whatever, bisexual. I
Uh,
mean, I've actually wondered, like, if we have a gay president, what is the first husband called? First gentleman, maybe?
I believe that's already been circulated, and I believe it would be First Gentleman. It's been circulated in reference to a woman in the Oval Office. What would her husband be called? And I think it was decided that it would be First Gentleman, and I think it should carry over, to a gay male couple. Now, let's think. I guess if you had a lesbian in a
Oh, it'd still be
relationship,
first
that would
lady.
still be first lady. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Hannibal.
Now, what if there was someone who was non-binary as the spouse?
First whatever.
Right. And a first person.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
and every time they say anything in public, it'll be a first person perspective.
Yes. Hannibal of Carthage says that is probably less likely than an atheist president. Sorry, but we've already had one of those.
Well, openly so, though.
Well, yeah, Abraham Lincoln was not necessarily openly atheist.
Well,
Um,
okay, in this modern age, it'd be difficult, though. Although, actually, no, I disagree, though. Because like the millennials are clearly open to the idea.
yes, absolutely. Wait a minute. Is that who I think that is? Yeah, that is.
What? Oh, look at that! It's Mom Nado.
I'm Mom
Hello.
NATO. How are ya?
Tired. Oh my god, so
God, you
tired.
sound like Kate when
Well,
she
movie
came on
night
the line.
ran late, didn't it?
And it's not. No, I don't know if Lavender got my message.
I did not see. No.
Talent's Tornado's talent's computer had a fatal error,
I'll be right back.
as in would not restart.
Oops.
It would go through the restart process the numbers lock key that he has on would come on like it was trying to start, and then it would blue screen before it ever got to the login screen.
Oh boy.
And it was a fatal IRQ error. So basically, the software wasn't talking to the hardware properly.
Yeah, IRQ is, if I remember correctly,
Yeah.
an interrupt line. Yeah.
Yes. So I have spent my morning on 2 hours of sleep fixing his computer.
Tell him to fix
But
it himself.
no, God, no. No, that would involve a hammer to his motherboard, and then he wouldn't have a computer.
I'm not
And
going
then
to
he would
say a
want
word. I'm not going to say a
and then he would
word.
want to be on my computer and fuck that shit.
There you go. Oh, jeez.
So,
Okay,
uh
Welcome to As
I
the Disc
managed
Turns.
to refresh his file system, and I've gotten it working. I've reinstalled Mozilla. I've reinstalled his Steam. I've reinstalled his media player, and I've reinstalled his network drivers.
You know, Talon, you really should do these things called backups. It makes
Well,
things a lot
no,
easier.
it wouldn't have done him any
Well,
good.
it would have made the setting things back up a little easier, no?
No, because all of his files are still there. With the refresh, what it does is it takes all the apps off. It leaves your file system alone with Windows 8.1 when you do a refresh. The only thing it removes is any apps that you installed.
wow,
Okay,
someone else
okay.
still uses 8.1. I use it still, but only because 3DS Max won't run in
Right.
10. At least not the version I have.
Tornado's computer is 8.1, mine is Windows 7 Ultimate.
Egad, why?
Because that's the last time I had the money to buy a new uh, um, operating system before I rebuilt his computer.
You know, Mom
And
Nato,
I
I'm
spent the
gonna
money on him.
7 was garbage, like Vista was.
Yeah,
one thing
well,
I'm gonna say though is you may be better off with 7 than with 10. I mean, I know, Kate, you give me a hard time about my complaints here, there, and everywhere, and I get your point to some extent. But the types of problems I have with 10, um, I
there's Kate.
I could definitely
Yeah.
not use 10 as a production system. For example, um, I tried looking up the games that we were talking about
Hmm.
1 or 2 shows ago, and
Hmm.
when I went to the website for what is it, Elite Dangerous or something like that,
Yeah.
Hmm.
its audio would not play at all. I would get audio from YouTube, but not from the.
Right.
Oh, there she is. Oh my. Anyway.
Yeah.
Who is that on your shirt?
Well, that's my favorite band. That's Per Gessler and Marie Fredriksson, who tragically died recently. And it's Roxette, best band ever.
Okay. I haven't I've never actually seen pictures of Roxette.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nerdy Rodent, you say that Windows 7 is end of life soon. You mean it
Yes.
has not yet reached end of life? I thought it
Right.
had reached end of life a long time
Sometime
ago.
this year they are discontinuing any support for Windows 7.
Okay,
And they're
Robert
getting
X
there
say
for
it already
8.1
has
now.
stopped.
Hmm?
Hmm? No, Robert
Well,
X.
they're getting there for 8.1 soon too.
I know,
Yeah,
but
Dave says the only reason to switch to 10 is DirectX. Um,
DirectX 12, I think it is, or
I
13.
think. Well, all the graphics boards I see say DirectX 12
12.
capable, so yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking for graphics boards at this point if I ever get the
Oh,
money
I know.
together.
I need a new one.
Good.
I'm running on a GeForce 640.
Okay, because what
But then
I'm
again, I bought Talon a 1050, so I spent all the money that I could have spent on my computer rebuilding it and giving him my parts to rebuild his computer. I'm a nice mom. I spent $700 on his computer.
Wow. Yeah,
That's
my
actually not that much.
well, no, it's about half of what I spent to build the computer I'm using to broadcast right now. Yeah,
Right.
um, but yeah, the 1050 is what I'm running on this guy. But I am
I
shopping
want a
around
1050.
because I have a feeling that some of the problems I'm having are either Windows 10 doesn't like the graphics board or the motherboard doesn't like the graphics board. I'm
Hmm.
wondering if it's the latter. No, because what will happen is almost since I built this thing, the system will freeze just at random. And then I have to
Hmm.
restart everything and that whole thing. And then lately, on the restart, it's been saying could not detect graphics settings um, correctly or something, manually restart and all this other happy stuff. Oh, yeah, the other problem is that um, Ubuntu 16 doesn't know what the heck is going on with that graphics board. It's entirely possible, guys. And so the other reason I'm looking at other graphics boards, though, is that I want to go double headed. I
Hmm.
Oh,
eventually.
yeah, you do. Sorry.
Oh
You
my.
don't say something like that and not expect a little raunch from the Kate.
Well, I am so tired that I'm slap happy. I'll put it that way.
Mm.
No,
Well,
I.
I
I
actually just recently bought a nearly $3,000 new computer. I haven't picked it up yet. It's ready, but I'm getting it on Monday.
oh,
And I had to put both Windows 10 and 8.1 on it as a dual boot system, partly because Macs will not run in Windows 10, at least not the old version I have, but also because like I also want to run some games that are coming out that are Windows 10 only, like Cyberpunk 2077. So basically, what I'll be doing is using it as both a workstation and a gaming station, while now my other two computers will be render farms.
Okay, okay.
So that animation I'm working on, and by the way, today is the last day if you want to get in an audition, folks. Just saying, quinnredshift@gmail.com. Um, but yeah, I will have more power to complete that thing now because of this new computer.
Yeah,
So like I'm just saying production time will be a hell of a lot faster than I first anticipated is all.
yeah, that's why I built this one. I mean, I had intended to wait. Um, I was, my thought process, if you want to call it that, was going to be that I would be building the new computer this year or possibly last year. But it was so much of a problem, so slow to render a video. When I started making videos back in 18, that I said, okay, look, I've just got to do it now because number one, it's so fucking slow, and number two, it crashed so often.
now are you
Um,
guys getting tornado watching the movie in the background?
A
Too
little
much.
bit,
a little bit,
very
but it's
little.
not annoying.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yes, he
Like let's put
decided.
it this way: if
Well,
I could identify what movie it was, it would be too loud.
yeah, Shark Boy Lava Girl.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Why that movie, I don't know, but okay.
well, if it keeps
Whatever
them
keeps.
happy.
Well, it kept him out of my fucking hair while I was working on his computer.
There you
That's
go.
definitely a benefit.
Oh God, yes. I actually, he was being, F5 mode
You
through
know,
the beginning processes of working on the computer, and I told him to get the fuck out or I'm going to kill him.
I only heard about this F scale of his last night at movie night. I don't
Uh-huh.
know what any of it means.
Okay, tornadoes, actual tornadoes have a rating of 0 being the least damaging and 5 and above being the worst damage that's possible for a tornado.
Okay. Okay, I
So
got it.
F5 is the highest the scale goes. It's
Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
Okay.
So
I get it.
Mom NATO reached F5 and told him, "Shut up and get the fuck out, or I'm gonna kill you."
Oh
So
boy.
what you're saying is that if he stays at F5, you'll have to Alt F for him,
Yes, and then bury him in the backyard.
right? Yeah.
Yes,
Quit bothering me, or you'll be a strange smell in the attic.
yes. Well, I don't and I was dead serious. I was that pissed off, that annoyed because I'm trying to deal with his snit and deal with the fuck of shit that is his computer at this point. And I just, my tolerance level was dead in the water.
Okay,
My
then.
give a shit got up and walked out.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember, like a month or 2 ago, Facebook hit me with a 30-day ban for
Mhm.
literally no reason whatsoever. They said,
Right.
"You may have used the system in an
Oh
unexpected
yeah,
way, so
Yeah.
that
here's a
one.
month of Facebook jail." Now this happened while my dad was visiting. Right? Like I just went, he saw me go, "What the fuck?" And he said, "What?" And I was like, "I just got kicked off Facebook for a month. I don't know why." And I was like, "Well, oh well. Uh
Huh.
whatever." Right? And then he was on a phone call with my mom later and he was like, "I was surprised how well Kate took that." He was expecting a tantrum.
Mhm. Well,
And when I was just like, "Eh," he was kinda surprised.
I don't normally lose my temper anymore. I learned a long time ago dealing with tornado that losing my temper does not work.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
uh but when I'm trying to fix his computer and he's constantly in my face asking me what I'm doing, what does needs to be done,
Are we
is
there
fixed.
yet? Are we there
Are
yet?
we
Are
there
we there
yet? Yeah,
yet?
yeah,
Oh, that is
yes,
exactly what was popping into my head. "Are we there yet?" is exactly
yes. And sometimes that's okay if he's not already tweaked me to the point where I'm just ready to bitch slap him upside the back of the head.
I was expecting you to say murder him, but close enough.
Well, I was well past the point of murder at that point because he got me up to fix his computer.
Oh, dear gods, he woke you up for that.
He woke me up for it after less than 2 hours of sleep.
Holy
He did.
shit. No, he would. No, 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 no. I'm
So,
surprised that
oh
he's
well,
alive to use the
the
computer
point
that you
is
fixed.
if I didn't fix it, he'd want to play on my computer, and fuck that shit.
Mm.
My computer is sacrosanct. No fucking way.
You just don't want him to find all your porn.
No, I don't want him to fuck my computer up the way he fucked up his computer.
Oh,
Mm.
for the love of Saint Gulick.
Although I do
Yeah.
have some porn on my computer, yes. Who doesn't?
I don't.
You don't? Oh
No.
my god, you haven't lived.
Not
Mine's
that
all
I
text
not that
porn
I did
though.
not have porn on my computer in the deep dark distant past or anything else like that.
Yeah.
But
Mine's all
Mm.
text porn. It's all stories.
I have
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but every time someone says porn, what goes through my head is porn to be wild.
No, actually, I'm not
Oh.
trying to elevate myself or anything like this. I long ago became bored with the porn that's available online.
Well,
I
I'm
create
not
better scenarios in my noggin.
well, see, I'm not looking at visual porn. I'm looking at like stories,
Oh, right, right. I get you. Same here.
Oh.
stories, and fan fiction stories and stuff that you know. Eh,
Yeah, so many of
Well,
the.
I mean, part of the problem with online porn is they all assume that you are into something nasty. It's all
Yeah.
like girls doing
no,
this
not all of
horrible,
them.
horrible thing to
Oh,
each other, and isn't that sexy? And I'm just like, How come there's
No.
classy porn?
And the
There's
other
no
thing they
class.
assume is that you're a
Yeah.
guy.
Well, that too.
Well, fan fiction caters to everybody. So,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
and you can
Whoa,
pick
whoa,
and
whoa, whoa, whoa. Is it
choose.
literally fan fiction or just sex fiction?
No, some of it's generic in general. No sex, no porn, no nothing. Just stories.
Not what I was asking. Not what I was asking. I was asking, is this porn about fictional characters that are on
Yes.
TV shows and movies,
Yeah.
or is it just
It's
these
about
are two
anything.
people getting all sexy with
Oh,
each other and
is
they have nothing to
There's
do
a
with Star
it's
Trek?
is
You
no,
that
know,
it there are it's all of that.
the stuff
You
that they
can
call slash?
some of it, but slash is a particular type.
Okay, because do I have it correctly that the slash began with porn written about Kirk and Spock?
oh gee.
Yes,
Yeah,
some
yeah,
of
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Some of it, not all of it. But you've got all combinations of characters and books and crossovers and oh my god, it's you the Harry Potter fan fiction,
Oh
for
geez.
example, there are at least 26,000 stories
And all of
written.
them involve someone's wand.
Not necessarily, but yes, probably. But um, they're all different types, and that's just crossover stories. That's not just straight up Harry Potter. I mean, and there's all sorts of different sites. So that's just the fanfiction.net site. I mean, you've got sites that have gone down that are connected to other sites where you can read your favorite stories that don't exist anymore because the website went down.
Yeah,
Um,
about that whole thing. I mean, I've made the rounds with some of these websites and everything else,
mhm.
and maybe I've gone to the wrong ones, but I had found that for the most part, the writing was atrocious. It
Some
Well,
looked
of it
like it
is.
was
Oh
written by,
God.
like an eighth grader.
Well,
you
some
know,
of it
there is a lot
is
of free fiction that you can get for Kindle off of Amazon,
right.
and some of it is so freaking bad. I mean,
Yes.
so
Oh my
bad, and
God.
yet someone decided to publish it. Someone
Yes.
literally like they had someone make cover art. They have a company that financed the book, and it's just like,
Yeah.
why? Why?
Yeah,
Because they're stupid.
Mm. Well, there's a reason it's being given away for free.
That's probably why it's being given away for free. They know they can't sell it.
Mm.
Uh,
and then
but
again, there's Chuck Tingle.
there are there are some really good authors. My favorite fan fiction author, it goes by the name of Kira Marcos. She writes the most absolute wonderful stories, and she is a published author.
You know,
Um,
Okay,
and she
I have
writes both slash fiction. She writes gay erotica. She writes. I don't know if she writes lesbian erotica. I haven't seen any of that, but she does. Uh, um, I can't think of the just basic boy girl as well, but she goes through all of the different uh, fandoms. She does her own original stories. I mean, she's just a wonderful author.
I gotta say that for me at least, fan fiction doesn't appeal. And part of it is just because, like, have you ever heard people talk about a favorite series of yours or something? You're like, wow, your experience of Babylon 5 was completely different from mine. And it's hard to take. Like, okay, with the Star Wars expanded universe back
Uh-huh.
before Disney, uh
Uh-huh.
there was this one author, Kevin J.
Hey
Anderson,
guys.
who tried so freaking hard to make Star Wars dark and gritty. And I'm like,
Mhm.
that is not Star Wars.
No.
Star Wars is lighter fare. But he was like, and I mean, this was the mid 90s where everyone was all emo and grunge and shit. So I understand why he was trying to do it. but
Hmm.
man, that is not the Star Wars I grew up with, and
Oh,
I could not read his books.
Mom, are you gonna finish this stuff off? Are you gonna eat some more tacos? No, you're not just gonna just eat the nacho cheese. You have to have taco with it.
And I can just picture someone with a jar of cheese and a spoon, you know?
He
Like,
would. He
Ami-
yeah?
would. Yeah.
Amiga Nuts, I noticed
Well,
that you're talking about
oh, movie night last
movie
night.
night.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes. Oh my God, it set Jen and me and everybody off the
I
last one.
I knew
Mm,
that I would not make it through.
I was swearing in German.
Yes, go
we
Oops.
on.
know.
I knew that I would be asleep well before it was over. I must be getting old or something, but trying to start when movie night started and then go all the way through movie night, which means I'd probably have to stay up in order to make this show on time. And I'd be, 24 hours. I used to be able to do that when I was 30. I can't do it
Well,
anymore, really. I just can't.
the
Well, if my math is correct, I think it ended around 3 AM your time.
yeah.
Ah, yeah, okay.
So,
Yeah,
Well, and
I
the thing
might
that
have been able to get a nap, but it would have been
yeah, the
iffy.
thing that pissed everybody off was the last video where the guy talks about how the recycling effort during World War II
mm,
was a lie.
oh yeah,
It didn't
Jen
really
went
happen.
off.
Oh, oh my God. We all kind of sort of went off on that.
Well, yes, but Jen was near the point of murder.
Yes.
I'm
Jen was
almost,
yelling.
I'm almost disappointed that I wasn't there. But like I say, I wouldn't have made it. I would have been asleep either during that or during this. And some of you may be saying, "Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be great were Diana asleep during her show. No problem." Oh my.
Well,
Yeah.
last week, Tornado Pelt was actually very mild. Everybody's like, I mean, they don't understand. I had a very serious talk with him about his noise levels and his outbursts during movie night. They're great, but he doesn't need to yell while he's having them.
Yeah, I think JC had mentioned something, had she not?
Yes,
Yeah.
she said she was very nice about it. She was like,
Oh yeah.
"We love Tornado. We don't want him to leave, but when he starts yelling like that, we're worried he's going to scare people off."
Mm,
First
um,
time people because he goes off on rants that could last 10 minutes,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and reining him in is always so much fun.
Well,
yeah,
how about
I have to admit I've gotten to the point where it's hard for me to be diplomatic in his direction.
Yeah, well, he, people don't understand that he's got what's called conduct disorder. And
yeah?
what that does is it skews how he responds to certain emotions. So he doesn't respond appropriately, or he has outbursts that are off the wall and really should have no real connection to what's going on, but they do. It's hard for him to control those emotions, and he's gotten better, but he's still not quite completely in control. And
Mm,
things
Mm,
still
now here's the
don't
thing, um, and
click
I know
properly.
that I've got my own problems as far as that shit
Mhm.
goes, but how much, um, how much rope do you give someone before you finally let them hang themselves?
I've been reining him in a lot more now that he's older and he's gotten to the point where he's able to behave himself better. But out when he's around a lot, and he's really generally pretty good with me. But the more hyper he gets, the more his ability to control what's processing in his brain gets less and less. I don't know how to put it into words. He has more and more trouble the
Hmm.
more people are around him.
I mean,
Mm.
I'm asking this sort of thing because I truly do not understand. I have no experience with any of this, so it's
Oh,
a
it,
matter
it
of.
it really depends on the situation and his reactions, because you know sometimes you'd think something would trigger like it used to, and because he's gotten older and better able to control himself, it just passes over his head. And then days when he's tired and grumpy and things that normally don't bother him just piss the shit out of him.
Mm.
So it's really a situational situation. Which is
That's an
kind of,
interesting way to put it, but I suppose it
Total
yeah,
works.
ignorance.
yeah. Well, and he's been getting less and less rope now that he's getting older, and his emotions and his responses are more closer to his age than they used to be. So,
Mm.
Hmm.
um,
Well, I mean, I'll be honest, the first time I was in a stream with him, the first time I
mhm.
encountered him, I would have genuinely pegged his age at 15.
Yes, exactly. And that
Yeah,
was recently, wasn't it?
very recently. It was
Right.
probably like what, 2, 3 months ago
Yeah.
tops.
See, he's 23.
Yeah.
And that's where the autism and the conduct disorder come in. He's not at his actual age level.
Yeah.
He uh intelligence wise and
Oh,
school
he's.
wise, he's well ahead of his age group,
Oh, yeah.
and always has been. But his uh autism with Asperger's syndrome is, um the person is a high functioning autistic. There's high functioning and there's low functioning. Low functioning are those people that constantly will never get better. They will always be where they're at.
Hmm.
They
Hmm.
don't, they're the ones that you see in the programs where they're banging their heads, where they're almost nonverbal. They hit, they bite, they kick, they scratch, they grunt, they make sounds. That is low functioning autism.
Yeah,
High
almost
fun-
what Kent Hovind would say animals are.
right.
Yeah.
High functioning autism, uh, with Asperger's syndrome means you're very intelligent, you're able to communicate, but your ability to deal with social situations and people around you and stimuli is where you have the problems.
See, what I'm
Um,
coming to realize here is it's really good that you're not a millionaire because he would turn into a supervillain based on everything you're
no,
saying. If he had the funds, he would
no,
be Lex Luthor.
no, I would not let him.
Well, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. He would be, if I wasn't there to rein him in and I was a millionaire, yes, he would be Lex Luthor.
Now this is interesting where you mentioned that. I do wonder,
Because
and not only in Tornado's case. I mean, in the case
mhm,
of anyone who has a family member doing the caretaking and everything, what happens when that family member is no longer there and this person is left to face the world, him or
the
herself?
state steps in. The state steps in,
Yeah,
Mm.
and
and they will either provide him with, and this is something I will have to look into as I get older and set up in case something happens to me, um, where they will either have an aide living with him who will do what he needs done, or I will have to hope that his dad is still alive,
Mm.
or they'll put him in a group home and
Now,
take his.
okay, there's something that has come to my mind because
Hmm.
I've probably mentioned this more than once. I've spent time in a group home,
Hmm.
mostly because I had nowhere else to go. But
Right.
I am also diagnosed with severe depression and anxiety disorder, so that was probably part
Right.
of it. Um, and sometimes I wonder if a setting like that wouldn't help, but at other times I remember what that setting was like and
Yeah.
wonder whether or not it would hurt even more
I
than,
I
you
think
know.
they would be wiser to give him someone who lives with him, a full-time caretaker, than to put him in a group home if his dad is not alive or his dad refuses to take care of him.
Because
Because um he would not he doesn't always do well with people. Um in his entire schooling, he had one true friend, and he was bullied a lot in school. No matter what I did, it never stopped. But he also had a lot of casual friends in school that were not close friends that would stick up for him too. So it's some days were better than others, and some days were a lot worse than others. Um, I lost several jobs because of him, to be honest. And people that have not been around special needs people in any way, shape, or form, or have not dealt with them somehow, really don't understand a lot of the issues involved being a caretaker. And they think that I should just be able to go out and get a job and work. And my mother's one of these people. Even though she's dealt with him, she doesn't understand that I can't just go get a job because,
you basically can't leave him alone, right?
well, I can for short periods. He is able to be alone, but the problem comes in that if I'm away for more than an hour, he's calling, going, "Mom, where are you?
Well, that's what I meant.
Mom,
I mean, you can't
yeah, when
you
are you
can't leave him
coming home?"
alone for
Yeah.
10 hours. One of those deals.
No, God, no.
Which is what you would
No.
have to do were you
Right.
working. You'd have to get
Right.
there. You'd have to work. You'd have to get back
Well,
home.
Right.
wait,
Well, and
what would happen if you did? Would the house be destroyed, or would he be destroyed,
no,
or what?
no, no. E- I would be getting calls all the time. And you can't do that when you
Oh,
work
I
because
see.
you can't have a cell phone on the job. And you have to have uh if something happens and he gets sick, I have to leave work, go home, take him to the doctor. If he's too sick to be left alone, I have to stay off work. If he has a doctor's appointment, I have to take him to the doctor's appointment. Um,
You need a
if
nanny.
if I don't make him shower, he won't. If I don't make him clean up after himself, he won't. Uh, his idea of cooking is microwaving something like pizza rolls or uh, instant macaroni and cheese, and that's all he wants to eat if I'm not cooking or
Well,
instant. Eat.
I
He
guess
So
there
you
doesn't
could
need
be
a
need.
nanny.
worse, but
Yeah,
at least he's eating. But
yeah,
still, yeah.
yeah, exactly. Um, and you know that's not all the issues. There's the bills, and
Oh, sure.
if he's not reminded, bills come first and there's something he wants, if he was in control of it, he would spend his money on what he wants and not the bills, and then he's fucked. So, and he can't drive. He gets too distracted by everything around him. So
Okay, then.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
You know,
yes, Maya.
Yeah,
I
it's.
am
I
a single mom
I
too. So yes.
I seem to be getting less awake as time goes by.
Oh, no. No, we can't have this.
Well, see, and that's the problem.
Um,
I don't have family support.
Uh huh.
My mom has basically told me, "You're on your own." Now that
why?
I'm because she thinks that I sit at home and don't work because I don't want to.
Oh,
Yeah, and I
She's
can
of the firm
imagine.
opinion that she thinks that I should be out working and leaving TC at home.
And I can imagine that you're sitting there chomping at the bit saying, "Oh, I wish I could! Get me out of here!"
Yes,
Yeah.
there are many days where I just want to say, fuck it, I'm going for a walk, I'm not coming back.
Uh huh.
mm,
Because, when he was younger, there were, I say, 9 times out of 10, when I went to bed a couple hours after him, where I would be in bed crying
Yep.
because I was so emotionally wrung out and so tired, emotionally, physically, mentally exhausted to the point of wanting to pull the covers over my head and just not wake up. But I couldn't. So the
Right.
next day I got up, it started all over again. Mm,
And we'll be
and
back to
and
Diana Springer right after this message.
right.
and yeah, I'm not as tired as I used to be, but that is one of the reasons why I don't want to be involved with anybody romantically, because they don't get
They don't get
it.
it. Yeah. Your entire life has to
And,
revolve around talent.
right,
And
exactly.
there may be the occasional minute or two that you could devote to somebody else, but yeah, yeah.
Right. I tried the dating thing once he was a little older, uh, before he was 10, and just, oh my God,
Well, I mean, it's
nightmare.
difficult enough, I'm sure, to get someone interested in a single parent. I mean, goodness
No.
knows, like that. Like I had a friend ask me if I wanted to be set up with another friend. He's like, "Oh, and by the way, she has a kid," and I was like, a cat is enough responsibility for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Maya. Uh, I did it because I didn't have anybody else to do it,
Mm.
and there are still days like today where I will probably go to bed and cry because I'm so tired. What? He's
I
like,
couldn't
Mom,
say it. I'm not going to say
sorry.
a word.
I love you anyway, buddy, even when you are a booger.
Oh, my.
And the thing is there is a reward at the end of every day, and that is I go to him and I say I'm going to bed. Good night, and I give him a kiss on the top of the head, and he's like, "I love you, Mom." And oh God, that is the most bestest, awesomest reward
Your ice is full.
I'm envious. I really
that
am
I could
envious.
ever have, because, you know, I remember being his age and telling my mom to take a leap off a bridge because I couldn't stand her. I
I don't
hated
know.
her. I loved her and hated her at the same time.
I'm just picturing like that good night ritual thing you're
Uh-huh.
talking about, and saying like, "Good night, Talon. Good work. Sleep well. I'll most likely kill you in the morning."
Yes, yes. I'm fine, sweetheart. Um,
And
check the ice bucket in the freezer. Knock the ice loose, please, and then put it into the crusher, and then switch out the ice in the ice machine.
Ah,
and
God,
that
I hate it
that
when YouTube auto plays when you're trying to respond to
Ah,
a comment.
that is something
give
of
me
which
just a
I am.
second. I'll be right back.
That is something of which I'm quite envious. The whole good night, Mom, I love you. Through my life, I have never had anyone say those words to me and mean it. So, of that, I'm envious.
Oh, what the hell? Should I have another Red Bull? What's going on
Yeah,
here?
we can't have you falling asleep in the middle of gaming.
Yeah, well, and that's part of why I haven't had a second Red Bull is because it is at a coffee shop. I'm very likely to get a coffee, and they make them strong there. Oof, you have no idea. Like the first time, I wasn't able to consume caffeine for a long time, and the first time I was able to, I just had a Pepsi. That's it, a Pepsi. And I spent the whole day, yada, 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 and then I went out after building up a little bit of tolerance to it. I went out and got a coffee at the coffee shop, and it was like yada, 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 yada times three. I don't know what the hell they're doing with their coffee, but it is strong. So one of the reasons I'm avoiding having another Red Bull right now is because, well, I mean, I suppose I could decide to not get a coffee when I go there, but I don't want to overload my system before the coffee.
Yeah,
Uh huh.
Maya's like, they give you hell, but you'll never find a child who loves you more fiercely. Yeah. When we went to move uh, my mother to pack
Oof.
her up and help her move, my mom's now ex-husband uh, was bitching because I went through the grass because he put boards spiked with nails across the driveway. So I drove through the grass over to my mother's house. And he comes out of the house that he's working on that used to be mine that he won in the divorce and had to deal with the termite damage and the hole in the roof and the sewer he clogged and the air conditioner he broke trying to get me out, which cost him more than the house was worth to fix. Yay me! It sucks to be him, according to Talon.
Oh my.
But
Well,
he
it's great
comes
when it
out of
kicks
the
you in the arse,
house.
yeah.
He comes out of that house and he's calling me every single curse word in the book and threatening to kill me and threatening to beat the shit out of me. And I'm like, I'm right here. Come and get me.
Mhm.
And Talon's in the background yelling, You touch my mother, you fucking son of a bitch, I'll kill you.
Yeah.
So,
And they meant it, yes.
and he meant every word of it. He wanted to go uh, to our house and get his BB gun, point it at him, and shoot him in the eye.
Not a good
Go
idea.
shoot your
No,
eye out.
yeah. Oh no, he was hoping the BB would go into his brain and kill him. He
It
was,
would, yeah.
yeah. Well, that's what he wanted. And Terry, uh, that's my mom's ex-husband, is a convicted felon with
Convicted for
armed robbery with shots fired at the police.
ah
He's a violent convicted felon.
Now, the
And
question comes at the time of the marriage, was that conviction enforced yet?
no, this was, well, they were, my mom was married to him before he got arrested for this crime. He divorced her so she would not be involved because she had 3 kids under the age of 3. My brother was 3, me and my twin sister were still 1.5, I think. So he divorced her so she wouldn't get involved, and he went to prison. And he got released for good behavior and all that other stuff early. And eventually he found my mom and convinced her that he was worth trying again. And my mom spent 20 years in an abusive relationship because of it.
Mm.
And it took him trying to put Talon's hands in the grill fire for her to realize she couldn't do it anymore.
That's always fun
I don't remember that.
Mhm.
when it
When you
takes
were playing
something.
with the charcoal grill and Terry tried to put your hands in the fire because he kept telling you to stay out of it and you wouldn't. So he grabbed you by the hands and tried to put them in the fire.
And you saw that?
Yes, I was there. I started to call the police, and the police came over and basically told us we had to leave. But because there was no harm and they didn't see it, and my mom at that point, uh, she just stayed quiet, and I told her afterwards, I said, if you can't support us and get a divorce from him, we can't help you anymore because I'm not going to put my son into the position you're in of being abused. And I guess it flipped a switch in her head and she went, okay, I'm getting a divorce.
It's amazing,
And
though, when it takes something
it,
that serious to get the
it
wheels turning.
took, the man was so determined to get everything. It took my mom 5 years, 5 years to divorce him.
Okay, then.
It took 5 years with lawyers constantly to get a divorce. And my
Can you
mom,
sue for legal fees? Like,
oh, yeah,
you've,
she did.
yeah.
The judge made him pay all the legal fees because he was the one who was holding everything up.
Mm.
But in the end, all of the money my mother got went to pay the lawyer.
Yeah.
Mm.
So she pretty much got nothing in the end.
Actually, that's something I've often wondered about is like if a court decides to award someone damages, right?
Hmm.
And it's more than the defendant has, do
Hmm.
they like have to pay off the debt, or is there some sort of like
Uh,
declaring
it
bankruptcy
depends.
thing or what?
It depends. If there is property involved, like what my mom and Terry had, they will sell the property to pay the
Mm.
fees and to
Mm.
pay. They had a 35-acre farm where he had to sell 15 acres plus a house with that they also had that was on part of the property to pay everything off. And once he paid everything off, we had to move.
Mm.
So I lost a home that I put $18,000 into over the course of their divorce.
And there was no way for you to get that back.
Nope, no way. They he said I it was a he said she said thing. Mom said I was buying the house, he said I was renting it. The actual fact was I was renting to own and he knows it. We even had a contract, but the lawyer said because the contract was not, it was a altered lease agreement. It did not count as a sales agreement, even though both of them signed it.
Oh, persnickety little regulations and crap.
Right. Well, in the end, he lost more money than the house was worth because they wouldn't help do the repairs because since they still owned the house, they should have been responsible for as landlords for any repairs that needed to be done to the property.
Okay,
But
I'll be right back. I absolutely have to get food.
go get food.
Food.
Yeah, so since they still owned it, I couldn't get the people to come out to fix it without having their approval. because I didn't own the property the house was on, and I didn't own the mobile home. So yeah, it made for an interesting court case, but because I didn't own the home and I didn't own any property and I was on food stamps and public assistance, I got free legal assistance.
That's nice.
So when the court case came up and he was trying to sue me oh, stop, buddy, $1,000 a month in rent for a 3 bedroom single wide mobile home, that and 2 bath. That's $700 more than any other house that was a mobile home on that property that was a single wide. So he was trying to extort it, and he also wanted a $2,000 deposit. And the judge went, "She doesn't have a contract with you. She didn't sign a lease agreement with you. You're out of luck. She doesn't owe you anything." So that case got dismissed. So then he tried to sue me for $5,000 for damages to the trailer because they wouldn't do the repairs. And the judge, yeah, I come in with my lawyers, and he's like, "Well, she has lawyers. Why don't I have lawyers?" And the judge was like, "You could have hired lawyers if you wanted to, but she has lawyers." Yes, she's on public assistance, so she gets free legal aid. So she exercised her right to have free legal assistance. You could have done the same. The problem was all of the lawyers that serve the Callaway County area refused to work with him because he had fucked them all over in one situation or another. So my lawyers went, "It's here in the divorce. He says she was renting the trailer." Well, in the divorce decree, it states that Mr. Smith is responsible for all repairs and all repair costs to all rental homes. She was renting. He's responsible. So the judge ruled, "She doesn't owe you anything. You're responsible. It says it in the divorce decree. You wanted the home. You said it was a rental, so you are responsible, not her. If you didn't make the repairs when the repairs were necessary, that is not her responsibility. It was yours." So, yeah. So,
Oh.
that was just the kind of person he was. He sat there and he stuffed a sponge down my sewer lines so that they would stay clogged. Nothing I would do without shoving a hose down the sewer system would cause and forcing the sponge out to clear the clog, or calling out a plumber and having or roto-rooter and having them snake the drain.
Oh, yeah?
So
Well, see how that goes.
yeah,
Oh,
and
yay.
welcome
Um,
back.
is that
And
those toaster waffles?
Yeah, yes, Eggo waffles. Um,
ooh, let go of my ego.
I'm yeah, I'm gonna keep my camera and microphone off unless I really have something to say, because you don't wanna watch me eat.
But yeah, so I
Aw.
mean, he would, anytime he was pissed off at a tenant, he would break something and force them to move.
Okay, so you're not the only one to whom he did this.
No, he also in uh, when they first filed for divorce, the day my mom got an order of protection against him, a restraining order against him, and the day she went to court to make it permanent, because the judge had to rule, she went to court. I was watching her house and I saw him break the restraining order. So I called my mom at the house or at on her cell phone while she before she went into court and said, Terry's Terry's on the on your property. He's getting in the shop, which was on her part of the property, and he's doing something, and then he moved a car off her property to, and I didn't know what he was doing. So she's like, call the police. So I called the police. I made a police report, and uh, they came to she came and got me because her court case wasn't her turn in court yet. Um, we got back to the court. They went through the restraining order, and the judge made it permanent. And they walked out of court. My mom went and filed a police report as well, and we came back, and he was arrested for breaking the restraining order. I would I left before he was before the police got him because I they didn't want me there. They wanted me off the property when he was arrested.
Don't tell 'em about the propane.
And I came back later that night, and I woke up the next morning with the most god awful headache I'd ever had. And I didn't think anything about it. And the next day, I was checking on walking the dog. I think it was. Yeah, I was walking my dog, and I went by my propane tank, and I heard it hissing.
Oh, so wait, you were making Chinese food?
Yeah. Mhm. Um, but
No, huh?
uh, he had loosened my propane lines from my propane tank that led to my house.
Oh boy.
The propane tank's lines came in underneath TC's bedroom, and my mom is a smoker. I lost 10% of what was in my propane tank over a period of 2 days. That's how loose the lines were. And I know because they had just filled them a week before that.
And you're not
And they
talking
had,
about one of those tanks that you get with your
no,
barbecue grill. You're talking about one of
no,
those
I'm
things that are
talking
like
about a
8 feet
400,
long. Yeah.
yes, for a 400-gallon propane tank.
So you lost 40 gallons of propane, which is no insignificant amount.
No. And
But
the
it sounds
issue
like he was trying to make it explode.
he was because the heat that is a gas heater for the house. My stove was a gas stove. My water heater was a gas water heater. So I had three pilot lights going that if the propane had reached them, it would have triggered yeah, that.
Yeah, now, happily, propane is heavier than air, so it would have taken a while and might have
With
been
my everything
noticed
right next to
before
the
it got
propane.
there, but still, yeah.
Right, but they said there was they we called the propane company. Uh, they said shut the tank off. Turn the valves off at the tank. It'll kill your propane. The pilot lights will all go out, and then stay out of the trailer for the next 2 days. We will be over to test the amount of propane in the air.
Well, I was actually living in an apartment once where, like, it was
Mhm.
a studio that
Right.
filled with gas. But I traced that to a can of chili with beans that I ate.
Okay,
Um,
then.
Well, they said that if my mom had come over with a cigarette smoking, our house would have exploded. There was that much propane in the air by that point. So yeah, my mom's like, no, he wasn't trying to kill you. I'm like, Ma, you don't loosen propane lines unless you're trying to kill somebody.
so, like, I'm hoping he was arrested and
Nope.
convicted for that too.
Nope. We couldn't prove it was him.
Oh.
It was all considered he said she said. They did a DNA swab of the lines and the the uh, tank, but he refused to give a DNA sample,
Oh.
and they couldn't force him.
You'd think that'd be the kind of thing where you could get a warrant.
Yeah, you would.
You would think,
That was what came to my
but
mind.
we couldn't prove it was him,
I mean,
so
it's
no, he was
attempted
not
murder.
arrested. It
It's
is.
so you'd think that'd be the kind of thing where a court order
Mm,
would be issued like that.
you would think, but most of the problem with that comes in where you're living in a rural community, and it's the good old boy system where the sheriff's department is going to do everything they can to keep the men out of jail.
Went to school with half the deputies, did he?
No, but he knew half of them,
Hmm.
so it was just it was the same situation. Um, I the number of times I called the police on Terry because he was abusing my mom, and nothing ever happened is just yeah.
Hmm.
So she got the divorce finalized, and then she moved to Florida. Eh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at my YouTube page, and
Uh-huh.
there is a video that's been up for 3 fucking days, and they have not yet reviewed it because they decided, "Oh, hey, yellow dollar sign, bitch," and they still have not reviewed it after 3 days. That's
What does
insanity.
a yellow dollar sign mean?
It means that
Demonetized?
you only well, technically, no, because that would be a red dollar sign, but
Oh,
it's limited ads because they worry it's not suitable for most advertisers.
oh,
But
good
3
lord.
days is insane, I've never seen it go more than 2.
Hmm.
Ugh, I am so grouchy about this now. Not that my money comes from YouTube, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
mostly from Patreon, but still, it pisses me off. This happens within like 5 minutes tops of upload, and I will get the yellow dollar sign. And I
Hmm.
have to ask for a review every time. And every time I bitch at them, they're like, well, we're using machine learning to see what's acceptable and what's not. And I'm like, you
That
guys
doesn't
decide
work.
my videos are acceptable like at least 90% of the time. Your machine learning apparently has a disability. And
Oh,
it
hold on
starts
a second.
me off. Anyway,
But I mean,
yeah.
yes, what we got going on here? I'm seeing stuff going on in the side chat. Panakolkan?
Which of the what now? Oh,
Uh,
I think it's supposed to be pancakes.
okay, because I'm wondering if
Unless
it's
it's like someone decided to stir fry Macaulay Culkin.
okay. That would work. I
Uh,
wouldn't eat it, but now I'm
no.
wondering if it's some ethnic pancake or something like that. Um, I mean,
Ryro row.
okay, wait a minute. Tria has put up something from Food Network. What I'm going to
Mm.
do is put that in a tab, and then I'll come back to it later. Okay,
You know,
it's called
there was
Panakokan, I guess. So
there was an old Eddie Murphy routine where he's talking about how all his kids were getting McDonald's and he wanted to get
oh, I
McDonald's.
remember that one.
And his mom says, "Oh, forget that. I'll make you the best burger ever." And she makes this horrible homemade thing that had like twigs and hay in it, and she thought it was the best burger ever. And he's looking at it going, "But I wanted McDonald's." And all the kids are like, "I got McDonald's. I got McDonald's." And I can't
Yeah,
help thinking like there's all these people in the chat right now saying, "I love homemade waffles." And I'm sitting there thinking, I remember when my hippie mom would make these whole wheat waffles and pancakes that honestly, we're like trying to eat a brick of sod. And you know, so I'm sitting here thinking, I want my Eggos the way Eddie Murphy wanted his McDonald's.
Wasn't that the skit where he was going on about welfare burger?
I don't know. It was a very long time ago that I saw this. I just remember the kid dancing around going, I got McDonald's. I got McDonald's. I just remember that part,
Yeah, okay.
you know. But
Oh my.
funny thing is, I saw an article recently that was talking about like the original McDonald's was not a chain. It was just like this one or two little stores,
Right.
and people loved it. And so when a guy bought the chain, much the way Disney just bought Star Wars, like the guy running it said, "This is not a fast food operation. This is a real estate operation, and the whole secret of success is where you put the store." And I found that kind of interesting, and it makes perfect sense.
Oh yes. Location, location, location.
Mhm,
You want traffic to get there. You want people to see it, and the whole thing.
mhm,
Yeah.
yeah, and so apparently that's the secret of success for McDonald's. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
I
It
don't know.
it certainly isn't the food. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it's passable fare, but it's not, like, remarkable.
well, I will say though, and maybe it's what happens over time to your memory. I think I remember 50 years ago, the stuff was marginally better than it is now. Um,
Mm.
at
But
least,
okay, now maybe I'm wrong about this, but it seems like every fast food joint has changed how they do it. Because I seem to vaguely remember that like they just had a bunch of pre-prepared burgers. And so when they said fast food, they meant we'll just hand it right the hell to you right now because we just cooked about 12 of them on the grill, anticipating customers. But now every time I order a burger, they have to cook it from scratch at fast food joints, and it's like a 10-minute wait for your food.
yeah, I think you've got a point there. Where yeah, they've begun almost cooking to order, that sort of thing. I don't know if part of it was getting the little buggies on the food while it's waiting to be eaten, or part of it was customers complaining that the stuff tasted like crap because it was sitting around for an hour before it was served to you. Or
Yeah.
I think I remember a fast food chain advertising on that basis. It's something that has not been sitting around before we give it to you. It's freshly made, and that violates the whole fast food thing. But I mean, if that's what they want, they can have it. Um,
Well, and I recently, like, I was at, I think it was an aquarium or something, and I was with my dad, and we sat down to get food at their little snack bar, and not thinking about it because I'd never actually done it before, I ordered one of their hot dogs. Now, when you got the hot dog on the little rolly thing to keep it
oh
warm,
yes,
you
yes,
know?
yes, yes.
And honestly, when I got it, it looked like a fucking prune. And it was nasty. It was horrible, and I don't know why I bought it, and I don't know why I finished it, but, yeah. I mean, that is kind of a result of the whole "you can have it right away" food thing, I
Prunes.
guess.
I must have
Yeah.
missed that
Oh,
conversation.
oh, oh, seriously, it was a hot dog that had been on the little rolling thing under the heat lamp so long it had dried out. Ooh, it looked like your grandparents, you know? And and honestly, it was way too salty, and it was just really nasty,
So a
and yeah,
shriveled Dinky Winky.
basically,
Kind
yeah.
of.
And so, I mean, I just well, I mean, I've told you about that pizza topping buffet thing they did back
Mm-hmm.
when I was in high school, right? I've brought that up before. I know I have. Where they have
Mm.
the slice, the pre-made slice, but it doesn't have any toppings on it, so you tell them which toppings to put on it, and they put it in the oven to make the cheese melt
Oh,
again. They don't do that
okay.
anymore. Well, or at least they
No.
don't do that here on the West Coast. I've never found it on the West Coast, but, like in sort of like the New England and New York area, they did it all the time.
Hmm.
And it was pretty good pizza in my never humble opinion, but I guess the problem was that you've got these like raw pepperoni sitting out all day,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, I take
Huh.
it that it's a little less problematic with the pepperoni because it's so full of salt and
Okay,
other
but you
sorts
know
of
what I'm
things. But I
saying.
get where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm sure there was a health code thing. I don't know if I could still find it on the East Coast because I go there so rarely, and the one place I knew back in my old town closed a long time ago, so
I know they don't do that in Missouri. I
I'm
mean,
trying to remember if it was Missouri or Minnesota I went to that time for the Skepticon. I think it was Missouri.
mm,
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, I mean, I remember because there's this friend I've known online since forever, and, we'd never met in meet space, and she was near where they were holding Skepticon, so she came to visit.
hmm.
now the one thing I do fondly remember about the McDonald's of 1965 was the way they made the French fries on site. They actually they
Mm-hmm.
had
Mm.
potatoes. They had actual
Oh,
potatoes, and they put them through a cutter where you feed the long way through this thing, and you pull it down, and you ended up
Right.
with French fries, and then they would throw them into the oil, and they didn't fry them to order for you, but they were frying them on site, and
mhm.
what was really nice about those French fries is they had the potato skin on the ends of them, and I loved that.
Mm.
I'm an
Yeah.
8-year-old
Well, I
thinking,
mean,
"Hey,
I
look at that!"
remember for a
You know.
while, potato skins was totally a thing, and it may still be, but I haven't seen it in ages. Where it was
Oh
like
yeah.
they'd take the potato skin and then like probably fill it with something. But
Yes.
I could
Mhm.
have eaten it just with salt without all of the
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
various
Mm-hmm.
toppings. Because yeah, potato skins fried to shit are good.
Yes, they are.
Mm.
They're delicious, and so is goose skin. And I know that you guys probably won't have goose every day because the stuff is so freaking expensive. The last time I served goose, a 10-pound bird cost $70. That was $70. But I'll tell you,
Wow.
you get through roasting this goose and everything, and you serve it up and the whole bit, and then it's got the thick. I mean, goose skin is really, really thick, and goose is really fatty. So you fry that skin, and it's approaching potato skin in consistency, but it has that lovely fatty flavor to it, and it's like bacon.
Mm.
Well,
And
maybe
uh,
it's just me. I don't think you should be cooking and eating goose because Maverick would object.
Yes. Definitely.
You've never seen Top Gun, have you, Diana?
no, I haven't.
Oh, see, Maverick is
Oh
Tom Cruise's
goodness
character,
gracious!
and Goose is Anthony
Paintballs of
Edwards'
fire.
character, and that's their call signs is Maverick and Goose. You
Yeah.
see,
Okay, because yeah, we know that I
Yeah.
haven't seen Top Gun because when you said Maverick, the first thing I thought was James Garner.
yeah, no,
Mm.
no, 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 no,
Maverick
no, no, no.
PI. Mhm.
I'm just not into westerns. Like the closest I ever came to enjoying a western was Firefly.
Mm.
Although I do actually have the box set of the first season of The Young Riders, so maybe I'm lying a little. But
The
even
Young
so,
Riders. Oh, sounds familiar, but I don't think I ever saw it.
it wasn't quite the Brat Pack, but
Mm.
it was a television western.
Mhm.
It had a few famous people in it, one of whom I cannot for the life of me pronounce his name, Anthony Zerbe, something like that.
Sorbet.
Um, sure.
Sounds like a
But
frozen dessert.
Mhm.
kinda. Let's see, who was in this? Stephen Baldwin, Josh Brolin. I don't even
Yeah.
know who the hell Ty Miller is. There's Anthony Zerzer, blah, 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 blah. Brett Cullen. Wow, Don Franklin. I forgot he was in that. Of course, most people don't know who Don Franklin is unless they were big fans of Sequest DSV. But still, um, yeah. So some mildly famous people.
My
Oh, and Yvonne Suhor, whatever. Um, like everyone called her Lou, and she was allegedly trying to pass as a boy because no one would take her seriously as like a cowboy, except a cowgirl. If and but she was the most obvious like faker ever.
okay
You
then.
know, like you there was that movie, that 80s movie, that high school movie. It was called like Just One of the Guys or something, with this girl who tries to get on the football team by pretending to be a boy. And again, so obvious. You had no idea. And I mean, these were not so much like trans people with their identity. They were just trying to fit into a world that wouldn't accept them because it's just not a woman thing.
Oh, the whole
Mm.
George Eliot thing. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't know about that.
Oh, this is an author, female
Well, I
author
know the author,
who,
but
yeah, who wrote as a man because no one would take her seriously.
okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, only when she adopted the male identity in her authorship was she taken seriously. And
Well,
the
it's kinda like,
interesting thing is that she
DC
had this.
Fontana used her initials specifically because, like, she didn't think anyone would take her seriously as a sci-fi writer.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the thing is, with George Eliot, she had this thing going with Chopin. Uh, so that kind of gives the lie to the whole male thing. But
Man, oh gosh, I forgot about Ike. Sorry, it's the Young Riders again. Ike was the deaf dude who was also bald and was always signing.
Mm.
I forgot about that. Man,
okay.
I should rewatch that show again. I have the first season. I barely remember it. I might as well. Yeah. I only bought it because it was at a used store for like $3, and I figured, what the hell? This was part of my high school life. I only watched it because the unfortunately straight chick in high school loved it. So, um, yeah, it's so I might as well give it another whirl.
Oh man, they were talking a little bit about the westerns again in the side chat, but that was my step grandfather, the female slimy
Mm.
bastard's stepfather. He loved his westerns. Had to have the
Mm.
Gunsmoke. Had to have the Virginian. Um,
Rawhide.
oh yeah, let's see. We had the Rifleman with
Mm-hmm.
the guy who tried to play baseball but couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, first baseman for the Cubs. Um, and then you had I don't know stuff and things, but
So this right here is the Young Riders, right? And you've got, let's see. So on the left there, that's Lou, the one who is trying to pass as a guy, and then you've
Mm-hmm.
got, I totally don't remember his actual name. It might have been Bill. I'm not sure, but he was the grouchy one. And then you've got Stephen Baldwin's
Yep.
character, and he was the happy-go-lucky one. And then, of course, the token Native American is the
Mm-hmm.
other guy. So yeah.
I vaguely remember it. Never watched it though.
Uh, I'm gonna have to look again. I have a feeling that the grouchy dude was actually supposed to be like a young Wild Bill Hickok or something. Well,
The
it says James Butler Hickok. I don't know if that's the name of Wild Bill or his brother or some shit. I don't remember.
the kid.
Hmm.
Huh.
Yeah, looking at this, I'm remembering just how much of a just nest of cliches this show was.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Then Robert X over there screams, Bonanza! Yeah, oh, God, that
You
show.
know, it's funny, for a very long time, I didn't know what the hell, like, I didn't know what the word bonanza even meant. And I definitely didn't know it was a TV show. What I knew is that it was a restaurant nearby, a burger joint.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's
yes, I
what I
remember
remember.
that. Yes.
That was my first encounter with the word bonanza, and I didn't know what it meant. In fact, there are a lot of words like that where my first exposure to them was not like the really typical or a commonly used version. I don't know.
Yeah, it's. No, I remember the Bonanza. There's another place I remember, which sadly does not exist anymore, York Steakhouse. Now,
Never heard of
Mm.
it.
the food
Never heard of it.
was mediocre at best, but what was really fun was when you placed your order and they called it over their shoulder to the grill. They did that in French.
Huh.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it was kind of cute for that to go on and everything else like that. But yeah, the steakhouses like that were all the rage for a while. There were three or four that I remember, almost fast food steakhouses. I kind of miss those in a way, but I could imagine that they would want a pretty penny for their steaks anymore. Because I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you go to the grocery department at Squawmart and you pick up a T-bone steak, which I had done last year. I actually bought a steak. I was thinking it might make me feel a little bit better after Jeff died, and it did help for about 5 minutes. But it was something like $11 a pound at
Oh God.
Squawmart. You
Well,
know, Jesus
you
Christ.
know what I kind of wish, because I've never seen it in real life, is to go to one of those like a diner or something where when you order, they'll say, I'll take two red logged grandma's slippers and a clown with no head when they're describing your order to the cook. Where they have that
Okay,
slang.
okay,
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have never seen that in real life, only in movies.
Hmm.
Like I remember the last time I saw it was in The Emperor's New Groove.
Mm.
Well,
Oh my God.
I do remember a place downtown Cleveland. It was near the site at which I worked. We always used to go there for lunch. You could order and get a garbage sandwich,
Mm.
which was a BLT with a fried egg atop it.
Now
I
see.
found I found the quote. I found the quote. The waitress, she's like, ordering three pork combos, extra bacon on the side, two chili cheese samplers, a basket of liver and onion rings, a catch of the day, and a steak cut in the shape of a trout. You got all that, honey? And Kronk goes, three orkers wearing pants, plate of hot air, basket of grandma's breakfast, and change the bowl to a gill. Got it. Right?
Yeah.
That sort of thing is like that slang. I want to hear that in real life. They
Uh,
should make that part of like a theme restaurant where the waiters and waitresses have to say it.
now see, we used to order. It's called a trash can sandwich, and what it was a Philly cheesesteak with all the trimmings, green pepper,
All of
onions,
them.
mushrooms, extra cheese, bacon, yeah, all that stuff.
Holy shit. You
And
almost needed a knife and fork to eat the damn thing, right?
you did. It was a foot long sub, Philly cheesesteak, foot long Philly cheesesteak. Oh my God, they were absolutely fabulous.
Uh,
Just the most wonderful thing.
those crazy
Actually, you know what?
sandwiches.
I tell a lie. I can think of one place that does something similar, but not to the extent I was talking about. The New York style pizza joint that's near me that I really love. I mean, if you order the pepperoni and sausage pizza, they call it a porco. That's like
Okay,
the closest
okay.
I got. You know.
That's still close.
Yeah, but still, it's not like a plate of hot air and grandma's breakfast and all that.
Hmm.
I
It's not
wonder.
that.
I have to wonder, and I have not been to one of these places in years, and I'd like to go again. If you could find some of that at a New Jersey diner, if
Mm.
you went in
Well, that's where
at
we got the trash can sandwich.
yeah, if you went in at like 1 in the morning, and you could hear that stuff called back and forth. There is something about a New Jersey diner that I do dearly love. Um, it's
Well,
Hmm.
it's got
I
an
love that
air.
that 50s
Hmm.
style diner where the outside looks like it's made out of aluminum or some shit where
It
it's all
Flo's
is.
shiny.
Diner. Flo's
Yeah,
Diner.
I do love that sort of vibe.
Yeah, which you can get. How many of you have seen the film Diner?
Mm.
I keep meaning to.
Where like 90% of it is filmed in one of these diners, and I've been in places like that. The vibe is like that.
Hmm.
You've got to go to you've got to go to Secaucus to get it, but it's there.
Right.
Well, there's one place in Burlington, Vermont, and I don't know if it's still there, that had that look down pat. And I gotta see if I can still find it.
Yeah, because if memory serves me, the original diners of that style were converted Pullman cars, weren't they?
Oh yeah, I think they were like train like whatever they were.
And I think they were stainless steel, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit, where is this? I know it's downtown somewhere. So I'm looking on Google Earth, but not Google Earth VR because
Mm.
uh, and I'm sure I can find it. But where the hell was it? I think it was just off Church Street, which would put it here-ish. All right. Sorry, I've been spending less time in Google Earth VR because I actually did find a couple of those places I was looking for, but I still do it from time to time.
Well, I've got a lot of work and rebuilding to do here before I'll even think about VR. But
Well, I mean, there are some sit-down games that are worth playing. I like the active stand-up, do sports style games, but that's just me.
well, no, there's quite a bit of money I need to spend. To me, it's quite a bit of money anyway that I need to spend on hardware in order to get this system a little closer to where I want it. Like I say, I want to go dual monitor, dual monitor twice over, which is a whole bunch of fun. Um, so yeah, maybe I should put the link back in the side chat. I actually have a little bit of a fundraising thing going for myself to get this in case
Hmm.
anybody wants to throw a dollar or two at me. But I'm thinking
Mm.
that by the time I'm finished with it, I'll have spent like $600 or something like that. So that's it's a little bit. So a lot of other things go to the side until I get that done. I mean, I'm crossing my fingers here. Hopefully, most of the medical copayment stuff is taken care of. We'll see. They tell me it is. They tell me it's back to normal, and normal is like $5 a pop to see a doctor, and that's okay.
Hmm.
Mm.
But and of course that means that there are some doctors I'm not seeing. But what the hell? Who cares? I don't. So we've got that out of the way. Now I'll get the other stuff out of the way. The studio over here, get that going, and then maybe I'll get started on something else, like trying to save up to get to Texas, maybe in 2021 or something like that. I'd like to be able to do that. Um,
I'm still deciding if I want to do Faithless Forum, American Atheists, or both this year. I don't know.
okay. Yeah, I wish I could go, but I just can't do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? I'm gonna say this, and some people might hate me for it, but I have a better time at American Atheist than I did at Faithless Forum. And maybe it's the size of it, maybe it's the fact that no one really seemed to do room parties at Faithless Forum, and those are some of the best parts of a convention. I don't know. Maybe it was just that there were a lot of things I wanted to do when I heard about them, but no one had mentioned them before I booked my flights, and I'm a little
Mhm.
grouchy about that. I don't know. Like there was this trip into Austin, and it sounded like an absolute blast, but like anyone told me, I
Yeah.
showed up a day before the like convention itself was supposed to start, but it turned out that a lot of people had showed up the day before that, and I missed out on a lot of social shit. And I'm
Okay.
like, this makes me grouchy. But if I go to American Atheists, much better time than that. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Neil was telling me that he wanted to drag me down to Austin, which I was all for that. You just had a couple things going on where, at the time when I thought I would be able to make it, another thing going on was how am I gonna take care of the little one, because I could not afford to kennel her. We're
Mhm.
talking at least $75 a day, if not $100 a day.
Oh, there's alternatives.
And there's no one I can count on to come over and look in on her every couple days. I mean, I could leave
There
her.
are alternatives. I've used them. There are hireable pet nannies who will come in, and they will feed your cat, and they will even lavish affection upon them while you're gone. And it doesn't
Mhm.
cost a lot. Like at least like it'll be about a third of what you just described for a kennel.
Okay.
Yep.
So there are
Pet
options.
sitters.
Yeah, yeah.
What did you say, Mamnado?
Pet sitters.
Pet sitters. Oh, okay. I know. I thought you were saying some sort of brand name. The sitters got.
Yeah. No.
Are you eating
Also,
They
they're
something?
actually.
independent, I found. Like it's just a thing they do. They're not part of like a company.
There is. I've seen it here. There are now websites where you can log into to look for a pet sitter. They have them all over the place here in Florida. They have pet sitters, they have dog walkers, they have cat groomers. I mean, it's just like, oh my god, the things you can find.
Now, the one thing I'm wondering though about the pet sitters, do they actually sit on your pet or
No,
no?
Ah,
no.
I
leave the
Mm-mm.
know.
bad jokes to me.
Yeah, I think that might be the better thing to
Well,
do.
that's like I got tornado with a pun yesterday. You know how he's always punning us when we're chatting. I asked him, well, what do you want for dinner? He's like, nacho taco. I said, no, it's my taco.
Oh.
He's like, he groans, like, no, God, Mom, that's terrible. And I'm like, now you
That
know how I feel. Now you feel my pain.
that joke is so freaking old
I,
though.
but the joke's older than he is.
Hmm.
So
What do we
that's
got
like the
going on
knock
over
knock joke I
here?
used to
Oh,
pull.
we got. Okay.
Yeah, knock knock. Who's there? Interrupting cow. Interrupting moo.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, sweetness.
Yeah, I'm finally here.
Yeah. Now we
now
can
let's
quit.
bug it.
We can quit talking about him. Literally.
Yeah. No, I
Never
actually
me
made
another
up.
Red Bull. I
Yeah,
am.
I made up
Okay.
a joke.
So you've
A knock
decided to
knock
go
joke
for it.
when
Okay.
Callan was younger.
I'll
It
just
was
skip
knock knock,
talking.
and it was like knock knock. He's like, "Who's there?" I see, and he's like, "I see who?" No, I see you.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah,
Ow!
I know
Ow!
it, but it made he was 6. It made him burst into giggles. That's like the dinosaur jokes.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you call a blind dinosaur?
Do you think he saw us?
Yes. And the what is the blind dinosaur's dog called?
Do you think Thinkosaurus Rex?
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't
Don't,
encounter
well, I mean,
those.
they use those jokes in Jurassic Park for crying out
I
loud.
know. Uh, what time is it when an elephant sits on your fence?
Time to get a new
Time to get a
fence.
new fence.
Uh-huh. How does an elephant hide in a cherry tree?
I used to know this one. Say it.
He paints his toenails red.
Okay.
I
Hey.
don't see how that would make an elephant hide in a cherry tree, but okay.
No.
Uh,
Well,
just terrible, terrible jokes that are in all these old kids' coloring books and activity books.
yeah. How do you
Yeah,
shoot?
the thing is, even at that age, I thought they were really stupid jokes.
I
Like
gotta
they were
really.
not quality.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
how do you shoot a blue elephant?
With a blue elephant gun.
Of course. How do you shoot a pink elephant?
Paint him blue, then shoot him with a blue elephant gun.
Close. Yeah. You choke him until he turns blue. And yeah.
Oh, well, okay. Still,
all right.
still.
What's your joke, Tornado?
So, if the group Blue Suede was made of entirely cats, do you think that the song they would have released would instead be "Hooked on a Feline"?
No, I don't.
No,
No.
no,
No. Not at
God,
all. Not at all.
no, no. Oh,
And besides, if you're talking about this song, I think you're talking about that's B.J. Thomas.
blue suede
Um,
shoes? No,
No.
isn't that Elvis?
No, no.
Hooked on a feeling.
Yeah.
Hooked on a
should
feeling. I'm
know.
high on believing
Was
you're.
actually Blue Suede.
Yeah.
Was Blue Suede?
Nope. Originally performed by B.J. Thomas. Says it right here.
Yep. In
Well, no, I was.
1969, I
Says here
believe.
it says it's been recorded by many other artists, including Blue Suede. Except it looks like it says Blue Swede.
Oh
It
no.
really does.
Typo. Is
No,
that?
no, no. I'm serious. Blue SWEDE. That's Swede.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, it is
sweet.
Suede, indeed.
Yeah,
Now,
let's see what Blue
that Blue
Suede
Suede version, is that the one that starts with that Uka Chaka stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that's a long time after it was originally recorded.
Although it says here that Jonathan King first used it in his 1971 version of the song,
Ah,
the blue suede, whatever the frill they're trying to say. That one came out in 74.
okay. Blue Swede was a Swedish rock band headlined by Bjorn Skifs, which was active 1973 through 1975. They released 2 albums of cover versions, including Something. They did Hooked on a Feeling, uh, but yeah.
All right.
Okay.
B.J. Thomas hosted the group B.J. Thomas, or the if B.J. Thomas was a cat, I guarantee the song would be called "Hooked on a Feline."
Well,
Okay.
apparently they actually their rendition of "Hooked on a Feeling" brought them international chart success.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, it's not just international chart success.
What?
I
Intergalactic chart success? What?
Yes, galactic,
Okay, fine.
because it's in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
Mm.
Alrighty. Whatever. Mm, I'm tired.
They used it in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay. I get it. I do. I do get it. But it's called tired.
Besides that, I remember it better from Reservoir Dogs if we're talking movies.
I've heard the title.
What, Reservoir Dogs? It
Yeah.
was like the first thing that Quentin Tarantino ever did that was really famous. And it was the one with like Harvey Keitel and Steve Buscemi and Michael Madsen and those guys. And they had done like a robbery and they were pretty sure someone had betrayed them. And, like they're all turning on each other and shit.
Okay, then Harvey Keitel. That sounds very. He sounds very
Mm-hmm.
familiar in some way or another.
Oh, how do
Um,
you not know who Harvey Keitel is?
Oh my god.
Let me
That's like a
look.
travesty.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see if I can.
Although looking at it, all these pictures of
Oh,
him are
okay,
terrible.
okay. No wonder it sounds. No wonder he sounds familiar. Yeah, like Taxi Driver, Thelma and
Mm-hmm.
Louise. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. But that's where I know the song from best is Reservoir Dogs. And it's funny, like when I first heard about Guardians of the Galaxy, nobody mentioned to me that it was part of the Marvel universe. I saw the trailer and said, "Ooh, this looks like a cool space opera flick. I want to see it." I went and saw it, and then there's like all these characters where they never really introduce them. Like it's assumed you know who the fuck Thanos is. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, I'm enjoying most of this, but I don't understand at least a third of it. And it was like when I found out that the characters from Guardians of the Galaxy were going to be in one of the Avengers movies, I was like, oh, now I understand why I didn't get this because there's this like built-in lore that you have to know to understand it. And
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah.
know, that's one of the things that I hate about the superhero movies these days is that they're so interconnected that you
Mm-hmm.
have
Right.
to watch all of them to understand any of them. And it's such a cash grab. And frankly,
Yes.
they came out with so many of them so like soon between each other that I just burned out pretty hard, you know? So at this point, the only superhero movies I'm willing to watch are Deadpool and The Incredibles. I mean, new ones. Like if they come out with sequels for them, those are the only ones I'm willing to watch. And for that matter, I only understood bits of Deadpool because I know just the tiniest grain about the X Men.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know the premise, I know a few of the major characters, and that's all I needed to understand Deadpool. But still,
And of
Mm.
course, you know who freaking Cable is, right?
well, I mean, I heard the name. I could pick the character out of a lineup, but until I saw Deadpool 2, I knew nothing else about him. Oh, speaking of which though, to bring this full circle, Cable was played by the guy who played Hickok in The Young Riders.
Not surprised. Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. Like I remember looking at him and going, "Okay, number 1, I recognize you, but number 2, what the fuck happened to you? You are not." I mean, like it wasn't even necessarily that he had gotten old. He had gotten grouchier. No, just grouchier. He had that sort of like long-serving veteran who never quite got over it look about him that they always have in the movies.
Mm.
Like I've never really met anyone like that in real life, but in movies, there is a certain look to someone who was longtime military, but since has become like a mercenary or a bounty hunter or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very common trope, and he fit it completely.
Well, Cable's character was unique
Okay.
in the X-Men series. Cable actually comes back in time during X-Men Apocalypse, um, to to try and save the world.
Why is he called Cable anyway? I mean, like, is,
Um,
it, is an antenna not good enough for you? Don't you stream your shows anymore? I mean, why do you got to get cable?
um,
Who the
I
frick?
don't remember why he was called Cable.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Um,
there are certain superheroes where I hear the name, and all
and it
I
makes
can
no
think of
sense.
is like, who the frick thought that was a good idea? Like Green Lantern. Okay, so the dude is about a primitive form of lighting. All right. I mean, I realize that's not the premise, but someone had to hear
Mhm.
that title and go, that's just weird. Like Silver Surfer. Okay,
Mm.
dude's like metallic and he surfs on this surfboard and that makes him a hero.
Pretty much,
Archangel.
yeah. And no, I
Yeah.
remember when Green Lantern actually used a Green Lantern. Yeah.
Mhm.
He charged up his ring with it or something like that. And what was that whole thing where you had the period where you had these heroes who got their powers through rings? You know, it was like a jewelry sort of thing because
Mm.
you had the
We're
Green
the
Lantern.
Well,
You had the Green Lantern
I'm
doing.
sure
There was a
some of it
cartoon.
had to do with this.
Say again.
I'm sure some of it had to do with this.
Let's have a look here. Okay, yeah, maybe.
It's it's the One Ring. It's my precious.
Yes.
Yeah, well, your precious can stay as far away from my state as it can.
Okay.
I don't want that thing in the same state as I live in, let alone the same county.
Okay.
Sure.
I remember
Um,
a cartoon series way back. I don't know if anybody knows about this one, Hercules, where the hero was brought into the cartoon world, and he got his power from his ring. You know, you'd see him put it on and then hold his fist up, and the thunderbolts and the lightning and all this other shit. And god
well, you know,
damn.
my favorite 80s cartoon, Bionic 6, which is where the name Bionic Dance comes from, their way of activating their powers was a ring that was put into their sort of like cyber bracelet thing. You know, they'd go Bionics on and do that, right? But the thing is, the reason Bionic Dance, they didn't just go click. You know, they had to do this whooshing, swirling martial arts dance and then Bionics on. You know, so I was like, look at
Twins.
that. They're doing the bionic dance.
Mhm.
And when I became an animator, I was like, why not? We'll call myself Bionic Dance.
Wonder Twins, activate.
Form of a really gross zoo animal. Form of water for some reason.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe someone actually remembers that with me.
Well, it was part of my childhood.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
know, I'm of an age where I
Go
was
Go
a wee
Power
one
Rangers.
when that was a new thing.
Yeah. Oh God, what were some of the other cartoons? Oh
Well, okay,
God.
did you ever see the pole position cartoon?
Captain Planet.
No, that was
No,
way later.
I
Did you
remember
ever
pole
see
position.
pole position was so like I liked it, but it was awful.
Cheesy.
It was so awful.
Cheesy.
Like they had the two talking cars, Wheels and Rhodey,
Uh huh.
and and like they had the boy character was always getting into trouble. The girl character was the sensitive one. And then they had the little girl, and I want to say she had I think it was called Kuma was the name of it, and it looked sort of like a cat, but it definitely wasn't a cat. It was like some
Mm.
weird mutant creature that was like the cute little pet.
The
Yeah.
token mascot.
Oh, what's another one? I just G-Force.
Oh, Battle of the Planets,
Battle
yeah.
of the Planets. Yes, with uh Tiny, Princess, Mark, Jason, and Cheops.
Yup, yup.
I thought Battle of the
Although I think there was no S on the end of that. I think it was just Keop.
I don't know, but I actually have the videos for, or tried watching the remake of it recently, and it's
There was a
like,
remake.
yeah, don't
Boy.
watch it. Don't. Oh my god.
Oh, and the robot 7 Zark 7.
Yes. Yes.
You know, I
No,
remember that.
whatever they tried to do a remake of it
I'm so sick of that shit.
that was just, oh,
Well, you know,
my
and I was trying
god,
to
absolutely
explain to someone
horrible.
like why I object to certain things where
Mhm,
it's hard to object to them because there is so much
mhm. Now I can't say they're.
okay, for example, you know how people are saying everyone who's against the remake of The Little Mermaid with with Ariel being a black actress, like they're all like, "Oh, if you don't support this, you're a racist," or something, or if you object to it, you're a racist. And I broke it down for someone where I'm like, okay, Number one, if they say we're remaking someone you love, already I'm pissed off. And then they
Yep.
say and we're changing, now I'm even more pissed off. And then they say half the cast so that they're race flipped or gender flipped. And I'm like, thanks. Now I can't even object to this without being thought a bigot. But the first
Right.
steps are remake and change, where I'm already
Hmm.
steaming.
Now,
And so then if it's like, and now the main character is black instead of white, I'm like, well, now I'm not even allowed to object to it
okay.
because of the kind of change you're making,
Hmm.
and
Right.
now I'm extra pissed off.
Now, there was one remake of a cartoon that stayed true to the original. It wasn't really a remake such as a revamp, or not a revamp,
Okay, just say the title, please.
Thundercats.
They
Oh,
made
I
a new
remember
version of that.
Thundercats.
Oh, yes.
I did not know this.
Yes, it they updated the graphics on it basically. And there were
Hmm.
small changes, but the characters were the same.
Well,
Chitaro
some of
was actually a cheetah, Panthro was actually a black panther. Oh, Lino was of course a lion.
hmm.
I
Well,
can't the other guy,
well,
Tigra. Tigra.
one
Was
of
it?
the problems that I'm having with rewatching some of the cartoon
Mhm.
shows I loved as a kid is, I mean, there's still pretty decent stories, and I
Mhm.
still love most of the characters, but they seem to inevitably have at least one or two characters that are clearly meant for comic relief, but
Mhm.
they're often either stupid or really impulsive or both. And they're always the ones getting in trouble, and they're
Yeah.
trying to they have this really dipshit voice and all this
Okay.
stuff. And I found it so frustrating. Like I was trying to watch, I think it might have been Thundercats, I'm not sure, but they had that one. Actually, you know what? It might have been Jason the Wheeled Warriors. Now that I think about it,
Okay,
but
yeah,
they had
cuz
that one character who had the high pitched voice,
oh
who was
god,
clearly
yeah.
not very intelligent, and
Okay.
it bugged me. I could not watch it.
Yeah, the two comic relief characters in Thundercats are Wily Kit and Wily Cat. And they stayed true to the original characters. They really did on the they did a few small changes, um, but nothing major. And of course there was always Mumra.
Okay. Well, all right. I am thinking of Thundercats because the really annoying guy I'm thinking of is this in Jason the Wheeled Warriors, this little knight looking dude.
Hmm.
Right. But so
Right.
I must be thinking of the really obnoxious dude in Thundercats then. I'll look him up.
But yeah, no, I have the original Thundercats and I have the remake of the Thundercats. So yeah, I have them
Oh
both.
God, is it that thing that looks like Steven Universe, or was that something they actually did in Steven Universe?
I have no clue. I don't know
Okay.
Steven Universe.
Well, neither do I very well, but I've seen it around and I didn't care for it.
Uh, I
Um,
Oh,
I
I mean,
definitely.
just the look of it. But okay, let me share this screen, and you can tell me who the dude is. The short dude who looks like a cross between an elf, dragon, and cat.
oh yeah. Oh, I don't remember his name, but yeah, they Snarf.
I found him so deeply annoying when I tried to watch this show recently.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I don't
And I
remember
mean,
if
there was
they.
also a dude in no, actually it was Bionic Six, called Mechanic, and wow, he's so annoying.
But I'm not sure if they did any changes to Snarf in the reanimation. It's the best way to call it.
So let's here, present
Mm,
now, a
excuse me.
window here and there. mechanic, obviously not the one who's Lady O. And his whole shtick was he would do something so stupid that would fuck up the main bad guy's plan. And you're like, why do you keep this guy around? And he always had that gee boss, what do I do sort of voice going on. And
Mm-hmm.
it's so hard to watch now. I mean, I love the show. I really do. I love the premise. I love most of the characters. It's fun to watch. And even knowing while I'm watching it that it's just a half hour advertisement for toys, I'm okay with it. But,
Okay,
but
yeah.
there's inevitably that one character that I just want to strangle in cold blood.
Now, I certainly hope that nobody remakes the stuff I loved as a kid. Like Fireball XL5, Thunderbirds, especially a lot of the. Oh,
Thunderbirds.
you remember
That was
them?
the
Knew that.
marionettes one, right?
That's what it was.
Yeah.
By the
Trying to
way,
remember who that was. The name of the guy. He ended up doing a whole bunch of shit, including Space 1999. Anderson, Gary Anderson, and his
Or
wife
Jerry
Jerry.
Anderson.
That's it. Yeah, and Sylvia, his wife, there for a while. Yeah, but I
Wait a
love.
minute, was he behind Land of the Lost too?
I think so. I think.
Because I tried rewatching that recently, and I remember when I was little, I thought it was terrifying. Watching it now, I'm like, this is so stupid.
I've I've actually got a question. Kate, you've seen the latest stuff for Thunder. I refuse to call it. You've seen the latest Blundercats issue, right?
No, no, I just said I didn't.
I'm talking about the one that looks like it's Steven Universe Thundercats.
I've seen pictures. I haven't watched it.
Yeah, apparently the fans got kind of pissed when they found out what they were doing.
Okay.
Okay.
When I say kind of pissed, I mean it is one of the most disliked videos I've ever seen.
Okay.
All right. I am going to go ahead and I am going to toddle off.
Oh
I
no
am,
no! Land of the Lost was Sid and Marty Croft.
I am tired.
All right.
I need sleep. And if Tornado breaks his computer again before I get sleep, I will break his fingers.
Oh
Murder
my! Can
him.
I watch?
Yes. I'll find a way to get my video camera, my webcam to work. What,
Okay,
Kate?
now I have to rewatch Sleeper because apparently the kid in what the boy Rick Marshall in Land of the Lost, or wait, was that the father? I can't remember now. Will Marshall was the father. Rick Marshall, he was in Sleeper, and now I'm gonna have to figure out who
Oh
he was.
my! Yeah.
I don't remember the name Jeb Hermfrom.
All right. Bye bye, guys. I'm
Have
going to bed.
fun.
Well, have
Uh-huh.
fun night or
Night,
day
night.
or something
But
like that. I don't know.
I mean, like, I'm not a fan of Woody Allen, but I do love Sleeper.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. Hmm. I don't know. I mean, as much as I object to remakes, there are some movies that I think could benefit from them. I mean, we've talked about The Mouse That Roared, for
Yes,
example.
yes.
And I'm sure I could think of others, but most of them would be movies to which I do not have a huge attachment. And I can understand why someone who does might be pissed if you did it.
By the way, in case you're hearing
You
chaos in
know?
my game, that's sorry.
Moo?
I mean, like, I have not seen the remake of the Andromeda Strain, but apparently there was one.
There was one? Oh.
Apparently. I do like the original, but I'm not sure why. It's not actually a very good story. I think it might be the visuals.
Okay then.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. It looks like it might have been a TV miniseries that they did. but I know there was a redo of the Andromeda strain somewhere somehow.
I'm gonna have to head off. I want to watch Geostraba's live stream.
Oh,
I don't even
See
know
ya.
who that is. I think I'm okay with it though.
Bye, guys.
Uh,
well, enjoy sweetness. Have
mm,
fun and stuff like that. And yeah, Gail Streiber is one who would hang around with, I don't know if you know the names like Team Skeptic or Red's Rhetoric or a lot of some flat earth stuff, some astronomy related stuff. Um,
I got to admit, I'm not very interested by the whole flat Earth thing. It
I'm
does
not,
not grab me.
I know, neither am I. It's, I thought it was settled centuries ago. One of those things. And I really cannot believe that anyone actually believes that stuff. But
Well,
of
I mean, I
course,
don't
maybe
even
there
know
is
why
somebody
they
that's stupid.
care.
Say what?
I don't even know why they care. I mean, what do they think changes? If like why would someone say, "Oh, the earth is a globe," mwahaha for my evil purposes? I don't get it.
Yeah. Um, it will. It's, it, it's been proven a globe up and down so many times in so many ways that it's beyond question. I mean, it's even farther beyond question than evolution by natural selection. Okay.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh, and don't even get me started. Have you noticed how um like people will look at like they'll point to Darwin and say he's the messiah of evolution.
oh,
And then
please.
they'll say like, but look, he got one or two things wrong, so we can throw the whole thing out. Like they don't understand that science progresses. Science makes mistakes and learns from them and corrects them. That the idea of being right the first time is not built into science in any way, but they act like, oh, Darwin got this wrong. So, neener, neener, your Messiah has been proved wrong. And it's like, no, it doesn't work like that.
Well, if these are religious types, um,
Well, of
and
course they
they
are.
and they may be when they're talking about Messiah, maybe it's their mindset where their dogma does not change. It allegedly got done right the first time, so that has to be the case for everything. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Even things that get better as you correct the mistakes. Um,
Well, I mean, the weird thing is like, okay, if I want to explain to somebody, look, you, it's possible we've gotten things wrong, but what you think is being said is not what's being said. The way it works is not the way you think it works. Now, if there are mistakes, let us know what they are, but at least critique us on our own damn terms.
yeah, because if
You
you've
know?
found a mistake, please tell us because then we will set about trying to correct it. That's
Mm.
the way it works, kids.
Well, I mean,
Um,
it's based. I don't know if they mean to do it or not, but they're basically just straw manning the hell out of the position. It's like you'll get that like there'll be a debate and the like between a theist and an atheist, a formal debate. And if
mm-hmm.
they let the theist speak first, they will start by defining atheism. They will start by trying to box the atheist into a corner by saying, "This is what you believe, now let me refute it." And it probably isn't a damn thing like what the atheist actually believes.
No, it's Ray Bolger's character, if I remember correctly. Ray Bolger played the Scarecrow, the straw man. Um, is
Oh, yeah.
they have to do it in order to successfully refute it because okay, here's what I don't understand quite. Either they don't understand it and refuse to learn, or they do understand it and have calculated the way to misrepresent it such that they can defend the misrepresentation. I tend to believe the latter. I tend to
Hmm.
believe that at least the leaders in the field, if you want to call them that, the Kent Hovent, the Ken Hams, the whoever else you've got out there, actually do understand what they're complaining about, but they choose to misrepresent it. Now, I understand that it's entirely likely that the the minions, the little nobodies, the pew sitters, don't get it because they've been
Mm.
shielded from it, and that's why, for example, the education system is being actively screwed up by the leaders, such that
Mm-hmm.
the minions don't get it. But no, somewhere in there, somebody understands. Especially, for example, Georgia Purdom. If you know about Georgia,
No.
she's one of Ken Ham's people. She actually has a PhD in genetics from the Ohio State University. I mean, if anybody is going to know what's going on in the field of speciation, she's going to know. Um, but yet she's on his side of the fence, actively misrepresenting what's going on, just like Jason Lyle, the astrophysicist on Ken Ham's payroll. He
Mm.
understands. He has to understand. Um, Otherwise, he
But I
would.
mean, but they're still misrepresenting. And one of the few things that I will describe as triggering me, and you've seen it on your show, is when someone tries to tell me what I think or what I've said and
Yes.
refuses to accept correction when I say that's not what I was getting at. And
Mm-hmm.
I go, yes, it was. Well, fuck you. No, it wasn't. And I would know better of the two of us. I would know better what I meant, wouldn't I? That's
Yeah.
one of the few things. I mean, like right now, even just talking about it, I'm ready to fucking spit nails because I hate it when people do that shit. I hate that so fucking much. It's like, do you even want to have a conversation or are you just trying to goad me?
Yeah, and then they'll come around or turn around, if you will, with, "No, I am telling you what you are saying, and you're lying about what you are saying." Yeah,
Mm.
and it's like, what the hell, man? Come on. Um,
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing is like if you have to correct somebody, you will often be accused of dishonesty. I mean, even if they think you're being dishonest or if they just see it as a tactic, they'll do it if you have to correct them.
mm-hmm. Um,
And telling them, no, no, I'm not being dishonest. You just got it wrong. You misunderstood. You misinterpreted. It doesn't matter. It's too late. The first thing you say, it's kind of like we were talking about politics before, where, can someone change their position? Or are they going to have to accept that the first thing they ever said is the only thing they're allowed to be,
yeah,
that
yeah,
they cannot evolve on an issue?
yeah.
It's the same thing as the first thing people hear, they make you stick with it no matter what, to the death.
And then this in its own way curves back on the guy I was talking about on Twitter, early on in the show, where he presented this totally fallacious argument. Um, and the thing about if you're not touched by the spirit, you won't know it. One of those deals. And then after a
Mm.
while, he asked me a question about something. I think it had something to do with the Big Bang or something like this. And I told him, if you are not touched by reason, you won't understand it. And immediately came back with, you didn't answer the question. Bye bye. And I said, no, I just, fed your line back on you. And you don't like that now, do you? That whole double standard bullshit.
Yeah,
Um,
someone actually you remember that Tim guy from One Minute Apologist that I'd been talking to for several
yes,
months and
yes.
we did one live stream together?
Hmm.
We were arguing on Facebook, and like I said something that was really important actually, and he just said, "Oh, more bullshit from you," and waved it away as if I hadn't said it. And that was just the last straw. And I said, "All right, I'm done with you." And then, weirdly enough, the next Monday, he's like, "Are we still on for the stream?" I was like, "What are you fucking kidding me? Are you high? We're not
Must be.
talking anymore." I don't know why you thought that I was still talking to you, but I'd had enough.
Yeah. And then
You know,
there's
and that's another thing is if you've had enough and you tell someone so and you're like, "I've had enough of your bullshit, I'm out of here," they will come back with coward. You
yes,
know, it's
yes.
like no, no, I'm leaving because you're a dick, not because I can't answer you. You know, modify your behavior and I might come back.
Yeah, and they'll still do the pigeon thing. The pigeon always wins at chess
Oh,
because it shits on
yeah.
the board and struts around. Is it? Yeah. Um,
Mhm.
and I don't know. And what their listeners or whatever eat it up. It's yeah. I mean, this person left because you're a piece of shit, but because that person left, you won. It's like what the fuck.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm. It's and I have to admit, it's hard for me to walk away when there is someone who has not um, been convinced by my arguments, and I want to keep trying until they get it. But and it's really hard to realize it's a losing battle. I can't ever convince them with facts, with logic, with reason, anything. It won't matter.
yeah,
Their mind is made up, and it's really hard to accept that.
yeah, it is because it's not that they don't get it, it's that they won't get it, or that they
Mhm.
already have got it and they're still doing that position just either to goad you or to convince the politicians to pass whatever legislation they want that's going to harm us.
Well, and I mean, part of it is just how invested they are in, and also that they have a conclusion they want to reach, and they will use any means to that end, even if it's
Mm-hmm.
complete dishonesty with others and themselves. You know, it's that whole working backward from your conclusion. God said it, I believe it. Now, how can I cram reality to fit it? Like that one guy who said that if the Bible claimed 2 + 2 = 5, he will incorporate that into his thinking and find the best way he possibly can to make the real world fit
Oh, I
what the
remember
Bible says.
him. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Um,
crazy pants.
and
It's
then
completely crazy pants.
the one I was looking at recently because it mildly touched on something else I was looking at. The people who, when asked if your God told you to kill your child, would you?
Mm.
And the answer is immediately, oh, absolutely, I would. Um, without
Wasn't there
real,
that one guy who said that in front of his wife while holding his daughter, and she gave him a look?
huh, yeah, among others, yes. And
I'd love to like track down that kid when she's 18 and show her the video.
yeah.
I mean, I have a mean streak and I realize it, but man, it'd be like, hey, look at what your daddy thinks of you.
Well, you could do that to Purdom as well.
To what now?
You could do that to Georgia Purdom, the person I was talking about, as well, because she was
Mm.
on camera with her daughter in her arms saying, oh, my little one is a sinner and deserves to burn in hell. The kid was
Mm.
maybe 5 years old at most.
Mm.
Um, and it's amazing the opinion she had of her daughter, the opinion she has of everyone, really, um, because the dogma demands it. One of these deals. Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Bear, won't someone think of the children? Oh, I love that Simpsons clip.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. I
but
know the Simpson clip that always goes through my head. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of them because Lisa shouting, "I am the Lizard Queen" after drinking the Duff beer, like swimming naked in the beer aquarium. That one slays me, but
you
it's
know,
always there was that one line where they were trying to build a monorail for the town, and the guy trying to sell the monorail had them all doing a song and dance number, And you get Marge going, but Main Street's still all cracked and broken. And Bart goes, sorry, Mom, the mob has spoken. Monorail, monorail. Yeah. So,
Though, you did a pretty good Lisa Simpson impression there a little while ago.
what, with the I Am the Lizard Queen?
Yes.
I don't think I sound a damn thing like Lisa Simpson, but okay. I mean,
Oh,
like,
man.
I'm sure I got the way she said it down, but the voice, no.
Oh, okay. I mean, definitely not a Bart Simpson impression. Definitely not a Marge Simpson impression. But
Well, no.
nah. Right,
Actually,
Colleen.
someone actually tried to surprise me by saying, by the way, did you know that Bart Simpson was voiced by a woman? I'm like, fucking duh.
Of course. Cartwright. What
They,
the hell was her
they
first
thought it
name?
was,
Nancy Cartwright.
yeah.
Yeah.
They tried so, like, okay, there was once a friend of mine sat me down in front of a TV show. I don't remember what it was. I think the context was like an AA group or something, and he goes, "Just watch this. Watch this. You'd see if you can." And I'm looking at him going, "Oh, hey, he's shaved, but it's Bobcat Goldthwait." And my friend, he's like, damn it, that was supposed to be a surprise. I wanted to point at him and say, look, it's Bobcat Goldthwait. Bet you didn't notice that. I'm like, what? It's Bobcat Goldthwait. He's got better hair, but it's Zed from the Police Academy movies. Duh. It's weird when people try to throw that kind of stuff at me as if I didn't already know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my. Okay, yeah.
I don't know. I guess it's just perils of having worked in 4 different video stores. I used to, before my memory issues, if you want someone connected to Kevin Bacon, I could do it in way less than 6 steps.
Okay, then.
Well, I mean, part of the secret is just that there are certain actors who are one away from him, where if you've got those memorized, connecting people to them is really easy because they've been in some monster blockbusters. Like Ariana Richards was in Tremors with Kevin Bacon, but she was also in Jurassic Park. And Jurassic Park has so many connections.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I mean, just through Jeff Goldblum alone, connecting people to Jurassic Park is easy. So once you get Jurassic Park, you can jump from that to Ariana Richards to Tremors.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, I mean, and there's lots of different people who are one step away from Kevin Bacon who are in just major blockbusters. And so it's really easy to connect them.
Oh, man, interesting that you mentioned Kevin Bacon because I remember him in Diner, and I'm trying to remember if that was his first film. Or God, it was a shitload long ago. Yeah, he played.
Well, I mean, Diner had a lot of famous people in it.
Yes. Mickey
I mean,
Rourke.
I remember Paul Reiser.
Yes.
Like, I've never even seen it, but I've seen the cover enough times. Let's see, Steve Guttenberg, Daniel Stern, Mickey Rourke, Kevin Bacon, Paul Reiser, Ellen Barkin, Tim Daly, really? Wow. So, fairly, I mean, I've never even seen it, but
Yeah, there are
the kind of
not.
movie my parents loved, which is part of why I avoided it.
Aw. No, I really did love that film. I should probably scare up a copy somewhere so I could watch it over and over again.
Like, my parents would probably put Diner on the same shelf with something like Yentl.
I've
And I'm
seen
just
that.
sitting,
I've seen it.
I'm like looking at it going, I will hate every minute of this, won't I? Mind you, my age was still in the single digits, but no part of me thought that would be a movie I'd find entertaining. I might enjoy it now. Maybe. But I don't know. And I would like to try it. I wonder if it's on any of the streaming services. It's probably not. They have some of the most damnable blind spots, but and why are certain movies and things not streaming, I wonder. Like none of them have Ghostbusters. None of them. Now I have it on disc, but still.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, actual Ghostbusters. Okay, so not on Netflix, not on Hulu. Let's try Amazon Prime Video. Wow. Okay, I type in, no, not diners, drive ins, and dives. What the hell? That is some show I've never heard of with some dude I've never heard of. No, not diners, diner. God, fucking. I swear, autocomplete just put the S back in after I did a backspace. Nope, if I want to watch it on Prime Video, I gotta rent it for $3.
Aww.
Yeah, so I cannot stream this movie even if I want to. Oh well. By the same token, I do have a copy of The Sandlot arriving today.
Oh my! You are talking about Sandlot, the
Yeah.
baseball themed.
Yeah, you're killing me, Smalls. That one.
Oh, jeez, I love that film. I saw that for the
Oh.
first time when I was donating platelets.
Okay.
They sit you in the chair for whatever, an hour or whatever it is, and you get to watch a video, and that was it. Yeah.
Mhm. It's funny, like, I don't know how to explain or describe this exactly. Because as much as I am a rabid and screaming left winger, there is a certain amount of old Americana that appeals. And I'm not sure how to describe it exactly. Like, the whole baseball, mom, apple pie, all that stuff. I don't want it for real in my life, but I love it in my entertainment. Like The Sandlot, like A League of Their Own, like all of
Okay.
that stuff.
Okay.
There is a certain appeal to it, even into like away from the baby boom era into the Cold War. Because I don't know if you've ever seen Matinee, but that is such a fun movie. It's Key West. It's the very beginning of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and John Goodman, being an old school movie producer, decides to open a movie in Key West about a giant mutant ant. Like a
Jeez.
man turns into an ant. The movie's called Mant. And like he's king of the monster movies, this guy, and like his screen name is Lawrence Woolsey. And like he manages to make the Cuban Missile Crisis fun
All
because
right.
everyone's got like bomb shelters and they're all paranoid and stuff, and so he decides to goad everybody with a movie about radiation. you know it's actually a really fun movie, directed by Joe Dante, one of my favorite directors, and it's actually really really good. If you get the chance to watch Matinee, do it.
Okay, then we can work on this.
Yeah.
And I'm
And like I forget if we were discussing it before the show started or during it, but like that sort of old school Americana is clearly what Joe Biden is trying to feed into. When he
yes.
says this is the United States of America, wave the flag. It's like the whole sort of, well, what set Jen off last night, the scrap drives and all that stuff, that kind of rah-rah patriotism where it's like we're the best country on earth and everyone took it for granted that
Well,
that was so.
he's playing to people my age. Yeah. And
It's
unfortunately,
an
I'm
Atlanta.
not. Unfortunately for him, I'm not one of those people. I mean, I'm that age, but
One
I'm not that person.
Well, that's just not the country we live in anymore. We're
Right.
more self-aware. We see our flaws.
Right.
We're paying attention to our politicians, and we're able to because of the internet in ways where it's like, well, you used to be able to just ignore the 6 o'clock news. Now it's everywhere and right in your face. It's on your phone. It's on your computer. It's everywhere, and everyone knows about it.
Hmm.
And you can't just say, I mean, what Joe Biden is doing is saying make America great again without saying make America great again.
Right. Right.
You know?
He's a slightly cleaned up version of Donald Trump, and
Yeah. like
No.
just without all the blackjack and hookers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not landing because we're not that country anymore, and most of us know it, and he doesn't.
Yeah, I'll try this again. It's entirely unfortunate that things are not going to have a chance of improvement until my generation is entirely dead. Because I won't be around to see it.
The people keep mentioning. I keep seeing articles that if millennials vote, they will swing this election hard
Well, I want
because
to
there's
see it
so many
happen.
of
I want to
there's
see it
so many
happen.
of them, and most of them are left wingers at this point. Most of them, not all. So don't anyone jump down my throat by saying, "Oh, I know this one millennial." Blah, 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 blah. No, I mean just demographically speaking, percentage wise, most of them are pretty left, and like part of why Trump won is because Hillary Clinton did not inspire them to vote for her.
Well, right. And then another thing that scares me is that you're going to
Hmm.
run into a situation where a lot of the kids are going to say, nothing is inspiring me. Fuck all this, burn it down, which I've heard
Hmm.
from quite a few.
Hmm.
Because, okay, I have a vested interest in this because I'm still around. I'll be in the middle of the blaze. Um,
Yeah.
and
Well, I mean, well, one thing I think is kind of funny is that, and I don't think I've heard anyone articulate this, but one of the natural consequences of egalitarianism, of it no longer mattering if the candidate is a woman, right, or gay or whatever, is that if people decide to back an old white man like Bernie Sanders because of his like his policy positions, and people start to flip out, go and look at how sexist or racist you are, it doesn't it doesn't work because that's just reverse racism. If Bernie Sanders is the best candidate for the job, then he should be the nominee regardless of skin color or sex or any of that stuff. That's built into the idea of egalitarianism. But a lot of people are saying, no, no, you have to tick the minority boxes to be a
right,
viable candidate, and it
right,
doesn't work.
right,
You
right.
can't do that,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And the thing is, I think a lot of the youth electorate knows it,
Okay, then, yeah.
but it's the older folks really, or the kids who have gone to a much further extreme than I ever would, a lot ever would, who are saying no, 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 no. It has to be an LGBT woman of color, or we can't vote for them, regardless. Like I remember when Pride came around, and you know how Pete Buttigieg keeps saying his name is pronounced Boot Edge Edge, that's how you're supposed to pronounce. I saw so many gay men at Pride wearing the Boot Edge Edge shirts, and I was like, you only support him because he's a gay man, don't you? That's
Of
the
course.
only thing that you care about,
Of
isn't it?
course. Yes.
You know,
He
and
could
I'm
be
like, if
advocating for
you
gas chambers and they'd still go for him.
Yeah, I mean, if it was, if Mayor Pete had Bernie Sanders policies, like if he was 100% Bernie Sanders, just he happened to be gay, I'd have a choice to make. But he's not. He's a centrist. He is a blue dog. He is a Democrat in name only, and I can't vote for that, regardless of which minority boxes he may or may not check.
Mm-hmm. And to get an idea of the silliness of checking the minority boxes and everything else, let's see what would happen if I ran. Okay, I'm not a person of color, but you can't check that. But you can check quite a few of the minority boxes, and I still wouldn't get it, guys.
Well, I mean, I'm a left-handed adopted multiracial lesbian atheist. How likely am I to get elected?
Right? Yeah.
You know, I mean that's one of the things is I've never seen a Christian address the idea of like, what if you were treated equally and weren't the dominant religion, would you be okay with it?
No, they would
And I'm
not.
pretty sure the answer is no.
Right.
But I've never seen anyone try to hold their feet to the fire on that one. It's like, do you care about equality or your own personal dominance? Which matters more?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you were not treated as less than other people, if you were not treated as other, if you were not treated with disdain or anything, but you happen to not be in the position of dominance, would you be okay with it? And chances are a lot of them would say no.
Right. They'd find a way to skirt it and say it without saying it. But no, the answer would be no, we want to be at the top of the stack.
Yeah,
So, well, thank you, Robert.
not allowed to vote. Either you're from a foreign land or convicted felon.
Germany, if I remember correctly.
Ah. I don't really get the idea of felons not being allowed to vote. That seems like such a strange punishment.
Yes, indeed it does. Um,
I mean, like, I can almost understand saying if you're in prison, you can't vote. I can almost understand that. But as I understand it, there's like this statute where if you were ever convicted of a felony, you can't vote for life.
yeah,
And that's just bizarre.
indeed it is.
And yes, what Robert said, if I was president, we would boost the NASA budget big time.
I'm with that, definitely. Money well spent. Fuck the
Mm.
Space Force. NASA needs the budget.
Although I gotta tell you, I'm kind of entertained by the idea of Space Force. There's something amusing about it. I mean, I realize it shouldn't be happening. I realize that. But in a weird way, it feels like some of the culmination of a lot of my childhood dreams.
I'll admit, though, when I hear about the Space Force, the first thing I think is Zap Brannigan.
Hmm. Yeah, all right.
With that level of incompetence as well. It's like, oh
Oh,
man.
yeah. Well, one thing that was kind of funny is apparently people have actually signed up for this. Various military people have signed up for this, and the first Space Force uniforms are out, and they're
Yeah,
woodland
they're.
camo.
Uh huh.
They're
I
woodland
saw
camo. It's
that.
like, what the frig? Shouldn't they at least be black? To match space. If you're gonna be camouflaged, I'm thinking that green isn't gonna get the job done.
Well, I think from what I've seen in many of the tweets and the replies and whatever else have you, the first battlefront is going to be Endor.
Of course it is. Yeah. Although here's the problem. It's a trap.
And it's I don't know what I don't know what our Trump had his head stuck up to come up with that idea, but um, I really don't see any battles being fought in or even from space.
Oh, I don't know. Have you seen the thing about the kinetic weapon launched from orbit that can like destroy a city with the power of a nuke, but with none of the fallout?
Okay, I don't think I've seen this.
It's
Direct.
totally a thing. Kinetic strike weapons from orbit is something that it's at least in the planning stages if they haven't implemented it, but it's definitely a thing.
Is it as much of a thing as Ronald Reagan's thing was?
I don't I
Because
don't know. I just know like I've been seeing articles for it all over Facebook. You really should be on Facebook.
who me? I
Yeah.
am.
I've never seen you post.
I don't post.
Didn't
I don't post very
didn't
much.
you even read it?
I
You even
read it
read it?
okay. I read it occasionally. The thing is, that's when I moved over to Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I just never got around to looking at Facebook again. I am there personally and corporately. Diana Athena Clarion is on Facebook, and so is the Lavender Lady. It's just that
Mm.
it is my fault. I just don't post there very much. I thought I've answered a
But
I thought I've answered a couple of your posts, but
I don't recall. It must have been a long time ago.
It would have been.
But I mean, that's where I've seen most of these articles is Facebook about the kinetic strike weapons. Amiga Nuts is calling them rods of God. That might be it. But yeah, like they've been talking about how we can now like destroy a city from orbit without any of the fallout, and if we're the only ones who have it, then we could basically dominate the earth with it.
For about 2 weeks. I mean, just like the A bomb, and we had the upper hand for a couple of years. Let me think now. Um, we leveled Hiroshima in 1945, and I think by was it 1953 or earlier that the Soviets had their own bomb.
Well, I mean, here's the problem as I see it with that, though, is that was in their own homeland while this is in orbit. If someone tried to send this shit into orbit, chances are good we'd swat it before it could ever be in place properly.
If we did it right, yeah, because you would set up the defense screen and the defensive armament as
And it
well as
wouldn't even be on foreign soil.
right. It's on no one's soil.
Yeah. So, I mean, we live in weird times, don't we?
Oh gods, do we ever? Um,
I mean,
Business
in all
Insider.
honesty, I almost look forward to the movies we make about, the 2020s and the teens. Because there will be movies about this time. There will.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I was talking last week about how different the 2020s are to the movies made about them, 50 years ago. It'd be interesting to see what the people in the 2070s have to say about the 2020s.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, a lot of like dramatized historical fiction is often quite interesting.
Yeah,
But they haven't really made any about times when I was there, so I haven't been able to make the comparisons.
indeed. Um, yeah, I guess the movies have a while to catch up. I mean, we're just starting to do stuff about the early 60s.
No, that's been around for a while. We're barely starting to do the 80s is what we're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, like for example, now granted, most of this is not literally historical events, but you look at something like Stranger Things, totally set in the 80s. You look at the remake of It that they did. Instead of being set in what the 50s or 60s or whatever, it's now set in the 80s during the children's time, and all sorts of stuff like that. It's there's been a wave of 80s nostalgia, and obviously I'm in heaven over it. But
Mm,
yeah, we are definitely starting to hit that 80s. I'm surprised we don't have a dramatized version of the Oliver North trial yet.
it's coming. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff that I was thinking of. Talking about actual historical events and then presented on the silver screen. Um, we've had um, what's the something figures. Um,
Action figures.
Say again.
Action figures.
The women who did a lot of the calculating back in the Mercury program.
Oh, so we're off the 80s now. All right.
Yeah, I mean, the actual real stuff. We've had that. Um, are we getting any of that from the '80s, as you say, the Oliver North trial? Anything like
Well,
that? Are we getting that yet?
no, so far it's just nostalgia fiction. Like I haven't seen anything dramatized from the 80s yet. But I mean, thinking about it, there isn't a lot. I mean, I'm trying to think of the events that could have been there. I mean, there was the whole Noriega was back then, wasn't it?
Yep,
Wasn't he?
sure was.
And like I suppose we could do stuff about the drug war, but I mean, aside from that, what else was there really? The Challenger disaster, I guess. Although I'm not sure how interesting that would be, just in terms of making a fictionalized version of it. Because I mean, we already know everyone dies at the end.
Yeah.
Um, although I suppose the end would be the investigation, but there was never really an interesting conclusion to it. It just sort of petered out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure how you could do that and keep it interesting. It definitely didn't have that Apollo 13 appeal
Yeah.
as a story. Because that movie was pretty decent. And it's also got Kevin Bacon in it, thus making connections really easy. Because Tom Cruise, Kevin Bacon, are you kidding me? Bill Paxton has been in so many movies from James Cameron, who's had so many famous stars. You want to connect someone to Kevin Bacon? Apollo 13 is how to do it. But anyway, point being that you don't have that kind of heroic ending for the Challenger disaster. So I'm not sure people want to watch it.
Yeah, it's there's nothing at all heroic about it, and
Oh yeah, okay,
exceptionalism has
okay.
no place in it.
What Mr. Bear says, Jim Baker. That would be an interesting fictionalized story. Yeah.
Yeah, and the title I was trying to
Oh my
think of
gosh,
was
who
Hidden Figures.
who would play Tammy Faye
Oh
in
Lord,
a Baker movie?
anyone could play Tammy Faye Baker because
Makeup
the
applied
char-
to the
the
trowel?
yes the character would be plaster of Paris. It wouldn't be any person.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Yeah. I, I, I don't know. I don't know. Um, that could be interesting though. But like even just doing all of the 80s televangelists could be an interesting
Wow.
movie. Like what was that guy's name? Like Jim Swaggart, something like that. Isn't he the one
Um,
who cried on television?
I think he's at least one of them. Yeah. I'm trying to remember now. Was he the one that was snorting coke off a male prostitute's arse, or was that somebody
I
else?
I don't remember. I remember him as the guy who cried on TV.
I have to look him up because I can't remember what his downfall was. Okay, here we
Okay,
go.
Jim Swaggart. Let's just do the images. Oh no, that's an astronaut. So who the fuck am I thinking of?
Oh, here we go. Um, yeah, he would have been crying on television. Jimmy Swaggart from the Fond of All Knowledge. Sexual scandals with prostitutes in the late 1980s and early 1990s led the Assemblies of God to defrock him. As a result of the scandals, Swaggart
Oh,
temporarily stepped down as the head of Jimmy Swaggart
oh,
Ministries.
this is so unfortunate. His name is Swaggart, like Swaggart. I typed in Jim Swaggart, and that's how I got the astronaut.
Oh, Jack. Yeah.
So that's where that came from. Yeah. Unfortunate coinky dink that
Mm-hmm.
their names are at
Mm-hmm.
least pronounced so closely. But yeah, I mean the whole televangelist thing in the 80s, you could do so many interesting like movies about that. The thing is, actually, you know what I almost picture? And bear with me here, is like the whole Jim and Tammy Faye story where Tammy Faye is played by Adam Sandler in drag. I don't know why that popped into my head, but it sounds perfect, doesn't it?
Yes. Um, I've got to look. Okay, here we go. Televangels to Colorado Springs. Ted Haggard. That's who I was trying to think of. Let's
Oh,
let's
well,
do
yeah,
one
but he
on him
wasn't the
too.
80s.
Say
He
again.
wasn't. He wasn't. His scandal wasn't the 80s, though.
No, it wasn't. That's right. Um,
Mm.
but yeah. Oh man. Just do one on
Well,
him
I
anyway.
do you know what the hell's his name? Roy something. It stinks because I'm friends with him on Facebook, and it's Roy Zimmerman. That's it. He's a singer who did the song "Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual." Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual.
I remember the
Ted
song.
Haggard is completely heterosexual. Glory, how he blew ya. Yeah,
Yeah.
glory, hallelujah. Yeah, that one. And that was so interesting. Like that was the beginning of the or during the beginning of the YouTube atheism thing when it was really big, bigger than now.
Mm-hmm.
And when that scandal broke, oh my gosh, everyone went into a feeding frenzy and it was absolutely glorious.
Oh man.
So,
Sometimes I
yeah.
long for the
And
old
then
days, but
and then they had that other dude. Oh, what the hell's his name? I don't think it's Oh no, I am thinking of Ted Haggard, but what's the dude who went to jail? I'm trying to remember now.
which one? Uh,
Oh, Dr. Dino.
Kent Hovind.
There you go. Yeah, I mean between Kent Hovind and Ted Haggard, man, people had a field day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's weird to be nostalgic about a decade ago, but that was when YouTube atheism was goddamn YouTube atheism. When we had the Four Horsemen, and they
Yes.
were huge,
Yes.
and I mean, man, I wish I could go back to that and do what I do now the way I do it now. I'd be a hell of a lot more popular.
Absolutely. I mean, this was the time and the place that got me interested in doing something. Unfortunately, I didn't have the bankroll to do it. I was only able to do it. I started, very late 17, early 18. So we're talking, like almost 20 years after I first, found this stuff and started getting interested in it. But as you say, what it would be like to be back in um, 2006 or something like that.
Well, also, sorry, that's my phone notifying me about the Sandlot arriving soon. But yeah, I can't remember what I was saying. There was something about that time though that was different. Like back when YouTube was still YouTube, in my never humble opinion, when instead of up and down, we had a 5-star rating system.
Mm-hmm.
When there was actually functionality to post video responses to people,
Yep.
you know. I mean, even just having those two features back would make me a very happy camper.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I remember, I mean, I had maybe like 10% of my viewing audience right now, maybe even maybe 20%. And off of the ad revenue pre Google, I was making $300 a month.
Not all that bad.
Yeah, well,
Because you're
I
not even
mean, for the
making a
people I was
third of
getting,
that right now, right?
oh, I'm making 10% of that. Like,
Okay.
let me put this. Well, no, not 10%. Yeah, about a third. I mean, I'm lucky to crack 100 in a month,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, yeah, that was when YouTube was goddamn YouTube. That was when it was great, you know? Like the only functionality that YouTube has now that it didn't back then was live streaming. Back then, you had to live stream through Blog TV,
Okay. Okay.
and it would go onto your YouTube channel, but YouTube didn't have the functionality built in.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really too bad because I wanted to do stuff, but as I say, I didn't have the bankroll, and equipment was more expensive then than it is now. If I remember correctly, you could not get a webcam for $50 the way you can
Well,
now.
I mean, there was a time when I was quite literally filming off of the camera on a laptop.
Okay then.
I mean, if you look at some of my older videos, I'm embarrassed by the quality now. Oh, you have no idea. Even just listening to them, the sound is awful. My microphones were terrible, right? I mean, I look now, I've got this Blue Yeti going on, and the sound is much better. The picture quality is tons better. So, I mean, I look at my old output and I'm like, I'm not even surprised that I wasn't all that popular, even if it wasn't this ugly mug, or how I presented myself. It was just the picture and sound quality was awful, and I'm surprised anyone ever listened to me. Really.
Hey, ugly mug,
Oh, stop, stop,
you've
stop.
only
I am not
improved with
fishing for
age.
compliments. I am not fishing for compliments. Stop that.
Well, you're getting one anyway.
No,
No, and
why?
really, truly, in my personal opinion, you have improved with age.
Okay, but point
Just
being, well,
leave that
some
as
of
it
it
may
was
be. Hmm?
I did kind of have my face redone at one point, but yeah, it just I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna say something. I totally. Oh yeah. When I engage in a certain amount of self deprecation, and people take it as me fishing for compliments, it's actually kind of annoying. I'm like,
No,
look, I don't want you to reassure me. I just want to complain.
no, it's no. I wasn't doing that. I mean, it was just
Well, still, still,
okay.
you know what I mean?
We'll work on that.
All right. I mean, I'm allowed to have a mildly negative opinion of myself. All right.
Yeah, I guess I can. I guess I can shut up when you have your mildly negative opinion of yourself, because I certainly have a mildly negative opinion of myself. So yeah, what I can have, others can have as well.
So, I mean, I'll admit, when I look at my videos, even now, part of me is like, oh God, oh no, oh geez, why does anyone, why? I don't get it. It's like I listen to my voice and I'm like, ugh, nails on a chalkboard to me. And I mean, I've had like when I get someone who goes, "Oh my gosh, you're so beautiful," or something, I'm like, "Are we looking at the same picture over here?" But I don't. Okay, one thing I cannot stand about myself is when I laugh, the shape my mouth makes is weird and off-putting. I don't like it.
Okay, okay, but there's a
I don't
small
know, but I
thing.
mean, I have some very strong opinions about smiles. Like if someone shows way too much gums and they look like a horse, it creeps me out.
I could think of somebody immediately who fits that description, um, but that's another
You know,
story
your,
entirely.
your smile should stop at the top of your teeth. Damn it!
Yeah, it really should, because it's something that impresses me when I see that. I'm thinking immediately dentures comes to my mind, and it's like no, 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 and like
Yeah,
ill fitting or ill made or whatever, where you've got all that stuff showing up there and everything else, and
I wonder, like if someone were to make their own video streaming service and modeled it after old school YouTube, where all the functions are there, even if it's doing its best to differentiate itself from actual YouTube. If all the functionality, the 5-star rating system, the video response system, all of that, if all of that was still there, and then they decide to make a YouTube channel and advertise it as the alternatube or whatever, would YouTube get snarky about it? Would they shut that channel down that was advertising?
okay, my first guess would be, yeah, they'd go after it. Um,
Mm,
I don't know how frightened they would have to be of it, because when you
hmm.
start an alternative to something, there's a very high hurdle that you have to clear before you can.
True.
And, YouTube might be able to do nothing and just sit back and let the alternative die. How many alternatives have there been to Facebook? How many alternatives have there been to LiveJournal? You remember LiveJournal.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, I left LiveJournal for Facebook,
Okay.
and I'm not entirely sure why. Facebook appealed more. It just does. I remember when Skype replaced ICQ as the instant message system that was dominant. And I don't know why Skype was better than ICQ.
I couldn't tell you with that one either. I mean, I left LiveJournal because everybody I knew was already leaving LiveJournal. They were going to Facebook, and if I wanted to talk to them, I had to go to Facebook to talk to them.
There is
Um,
that. And I
so,
mean, I actually resisted for a long time just because I thought the name was stupid, but that's just me. Um, Seriously, Facebook
yeah, well, it
is
is.
such a weird
It
name.
is stupid, but
Yeah, it just I mean, like, YouTube makes sense, LiveJournal makes sense, Facebook? I mean, number 1, it's not a book, number 2, how often do you see some fucker's face on it, like, as its main function? I mean, it's weird how many things started out as something and turned into something else. You remember when Amazon only sold books?
I remember that. Yes.
And now, like, good luck finding books on Amazon unless it's Kindle. No, I mean, yeah, they still sell books, but they sell everything else. And it's
Yes.
just like, okay, it morphed, to say the least.
Let me look. Let's
So, I
see.
mean, now one thing I encounter with a lot of people is they use Facebook Messenger as an IM system. And to me, it's a PM system. Like I
Yeah,
do not have
yeah.
Messenger up all the time live the way a lot of people do. I will respond to your messages, but not live. And I have this one friend we used to chat all the time on on Skype, but now she'll only contact me on Messenger. And I'm like, you do realize that it's going to be at least 10 minutes, if not 2 or 3 hours before I reply to you, right? You do realize that. And you do still have a Skype account, right? If you want to contact me and we chat live, you contact me on Skype, but it doesn't land. She won't do it. So,
Mm-hmm. Oh, and yeah, as far as what to call everything else, the live journal, I guess what you would call it now would be Живой journal.
yeah.
Um, because since the Russians took over, boy, did it go downhill. Um, now, are
I
you?
did this picture I'm sharing. I just found this yesterday. We're talking about Amazon. This
Jesus
was clearly on
Christ!
Amazon. But I saw it, it absolutely slayed me when I saw it.
Oh, jeez.
It's a bed and not the $150 ice cream sandwich I wanted.
Oh my! But
Oh, I love it. I
that
absolutely love it.
that's something I've got to do. I had one of those $100 mattresses that you could get from IKEA, and I kept it around for somebody would spend the night. My friend Cassia would come over from time to time, and she'd stay overnight, and I'd give her the bed, and I would take the mattress on the. I finally had to get rid of the mattress, and I'm looking at sleeping bags. And yeah, spent a lot of time on Amazon looking at sleeping bags. Um,
Well, when my dad comes to visit me, I mean, I don't know where the switch came. I guess maybe it was when I got rid of my couch, but I used to give him my bed and sleep on the couch. And my dad was like, this is kind of not fair to you. And he bought an inflatable mattress, an air mattress, and he
mm,
uses that when he comes to visit. And he got one of those like electronic pumps so he doesn't have to like blow it up and hyperventilate on it, you
okay.
know. But yeah, so whenever my dad visits, he uses the air mattress now. And the bed that should look like a bed, the ice cream sandwich bed, sure looks like it's inflatable to me.
Yeah, it does to me as well. Um, and the
I mean, it doesn't say it. You don't see the name of the product, but
I had an inflatable bed for a while because, well, I call him my father-in-law, but Melody and I were never married. But when he would come over, before he started doing the hotel thing, he would stay at our place, and we would take an inflatable mattress, and I could never get them to keep the air. They would always deflate by morning.
Sorry, I'm looking at the Amazon orders thing. That did you know that they have GPS now where they will tell you how far away the truck is, assuming it's delivered by Amazon and not one of the other services like
S-
USPS?
Somebody told me that, and it might well have been you.
Well, I'm looking and it says they're one stop away with my movie. Yep.
It's
Mind you, they're actually pretty far away, which means there's no deliveries between me and them, but still.
it surprises me slightly that they are delivering on a Sunday because a lot of places still have that whole thing going where you don't do the business on Sundays. I think UPS and FedEx are like that still. I think, but it's a good thing. I mean, Sunday's just another fucking day, really.
I mean,
Um,
I get it because, like, it's the weekend and people are supposed to partay or at least rest up on the weekend. But given that, I mean, people can relax on a weekday, a lot of companies are starting to wake up to the fact that you can have stuff going on the weekend and just tell your employees your weekend is Tuesday and Wednesday now. I
mm-hmm.
mean, there's no reason not to. One thing I find kind of funny, there's a store, I'm not even 100% certain what they sell. I think it's like wine or something, where if I walk past them on a Saturday, they say like closed for the Sabbath, Sabbat Shalom on the sign.
Oh, okay.
Like they literally close for, the Jewish day.
Yeah, there's a neighborhood here called Squirrel Hill, where that's all over the neighborhood. A very very high ultra Orthodox Jewish population. I'm trying to remember. Um, what is
Well,
the name of the Jewish population with the suit coats and the hats and the beards and
oh, Hasidic?
yes, thank you. Very very high Hasidic population there. So yeah, everybody's closed sundown Friday to sun up Sunday, and all the holidays are observed and everything. Yeah, so I lived quite near there. Homestead was just across the river from Squirrel Hill, so I got used to that. Um,
You know, I just had this horrible, 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 horrible idea.
oh
You
boy.
know how when my animation is done, it's like the prelude to what I think I will turn into a web comic, right? The Quinn Redshift thing,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like going to various planets and meeting alien races and stuff. And one of the stories I want to do is about sort of like a fascistic caste system. One of the alien races has this thing going on where they are like they have the mages who are actually using like technology to simulate magic, and they are the higher order, while there's also the lower order. And I'm thinking of adding a middle order somehow to have that pecking order that they all love, that caste system. And I was thinking I might name these aliens the Thodocs. So
Okay.
so like the lower order would be something else. Let's just call them the Squeakles or something. And so like when they're trying to identify someone, it's like, okay, are you a Squeakle or Thodocs? Orthodox, Thodox.
Oh, okay. It took me a while. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I mean, if it took you a while, other people aren't going to get it either. And that's actually kind of appealing,
yeah.
you know?
It was the accent, on the Thodox because you don't think of Orthodox.
No, you don't. But
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, it's kind of like when I told you about the Quinn Redshift equivalent of Starfleet Academy was called the Space Command Institute for Instruction. The acronym, of course, being sci-fi.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember when I told you about that, you didn't include the four in the acronym, which is why you didn't grok it.
Right. Because when I learned how to form acronyms, you didn't add those adverbs. Like
Yeah,
of, for, and all that stuff. Yeah.
two. Yeah, but I mean, I very deliberately set that up so that the term was sci-fi. And if no one else gets it, it's a little clever Easter egg. Mind you, the internet gets it all the time. But Oh, Amiga Nuts, no. Today is the last day to submit an audition if you want to be in my animation. I have a lot of people in mind who sent in auditions to be members of the cast, but if you want to be part of it, submit something before tomorrow, or it's your last chance. Yeah.
Yeah, when
So,
you first mentioned that, I was trying to decide whether I wanted to do that or not, and here it is, almost expiry date.
mm-hmm.
Um, it was a matter of, I think it was a matter of trying to find the role that appealed to me, or
Well,
that I
I
could actually
mean,
play.
there is that. Yeah.
A
There is
combination of
one
both.
part that there is one part where I haven't been able to really get any decent auditions for it. And so I'm probably going to ask my friend Michael because he has voiced a lot of things in my videos. Like the outro I have where it's this sort of like cyber city and it's attention citizens,
Yes.
you know submission of support or like support bionic dance or lose your oxygen privileges, that
Mm-hmm.
one.
Mm-hmm.
He did that voice
Oh,
uh
okay.
in in the episode of Rational Station where they have to revive Sandra. He's one of the commanders, right? And I'm trying to think what else he's done, but he's been in a lot of my videos and he's got the voice to do Captain Robinson. So I might cast him if he'll do it. But I
Okay.
definitely need a good Captain Anderson. He doesn't have very many lines, and a lot of people don't quite get what I'm going for with him, apparently. But he's supposed to be the sort of guy where he was in the military once. And like maybe he was kicked out, maybe he retired, something, but he knew he wanted to get back into space and kind of accidentally fell into the life of a space pirate, preying on cargo ships and the like. But he still sort of sees himself as that noble ship captain. And so when he tries to conduct himself as like a pirate, he's still trying to be that man of honor despite his thievery, and it's sort of a problem for him now. Like I say, he's got about 4 lines, so I'm not sure how well that comes through. The way I described him, I said, okay, if you can give me your best Captain Sheridan, your best Benjamin Sisko, your best whatever Captain Picard, even even Ed Mercer from the Orville, just give me that sort of guy who is at least semi. I see. I mean, I hesitate to say military even because, like on Star Trek, Starfleet is so weirdly split. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Where you got two personalities. Brain not
Um,
working now.
Schizophrenic.
Schizophrenic, yes, thank you. Because, they're all about exploration and everything and trying to find peaceful solutions with the Prime Directive. But if there's ever a war, it's the explorers who have to be the soldiers as well. Where it's like, at first glance, Star Trek, like Starfleet, seems to be kind of military, right up until they need to actually be military. And it's not very clear, to me at least, where they fall on that spectrum. Like if
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be a space explorer in the Star Trek universe, but I didn't want to be a soldier, it doesn't seem like the capability is there. It doesn't seem like the organization is there as part of at least the Federation. It's like you have to be an explorer and potentially be drafted in the military should the need arise. And that's always kind of bothered me about Star Trek.
Okay, then. Yeah. I think I remember in the original series there were hints, at least, at non-military explorers. At least, people at outposts like, say, the Antarctic outpost. Stuff similar to that. But that was a long time ago. Yeah, and a lot of
Hmm.
folks won't remember that stuff.
But yeah, I mean, so I'm just sort of looking for that guy who's all rules and regulations, who very much likes the discipline of the military, even though he's clearly one of the bad guys. I mean, hell, even Malcolm Reynolds is kind of that guy, but just I want someone without that southern accent, you know.
Okay, then.
Yeah. So I think my friend Michael can manage it, and I'll probably ask him if no one else does a good Captain Anderson. I've already got Aaron Raw to do a voice for me, and that was a big win.
All right, all right.
Yeah, yeah. So he was the first person I thought of when I came up with the character. I'm like, oh, he is the voice for this dude.
And have you casted Truth Surge yet?
Well, like I said, I'm giving everyone until tomorrow to get their audition in, but so far he is the best for one of the parts. In fact, he might be the only for one of the parts, but he does it quite well, and I'm asking him to do it.
Well, yeah, everything he does in that realm, he does very, very, very well.
And he's already done one voice for me. He was the other guy in the Rational Station episode. I think it was episode 6, playing alongside Michael.
Hmm.
So he's been in my stuff before, and he seems quite willing to do it now.
Okay, then.
So, yeah, yeah.
Hey, Zelrock. Hi,
I,
hi, hi.
I was actually hoping to cast an actual Brit in the part of the British guy, but it's probably going to be Truth Surge. Like, because no British people actually applied for the job.
Excuse me, but if there's anybody who can convincingly play anything he's not, it's Truth Surge. Did I?
Yeah.
I spoke of the commercial he did for Major League Baseball, didn't I?
Yes, yes, you did describe where they thought he was a black guy,
Yeah,
like an elderly black guy or something.
and he got the part over actual elderly black guys. Yeah. So yeah, he can do a damn good job at whatever he does.
Sorry, I'm responding to Colleen. The okay, two people applied for two different parts. Well, no, I take that back. There's one person, two people applied for potential spots in two different parts, and they're both fairly talented. But the more talented one has a voice that's better for the character with two lines versus the character who's in the whole script. And I hate to do it because she's very, very talented, but I'm going to have to cast her in the part for which she has the best voice.
Okay then.
And I hate to do it, but I have to because that's who's right for the role.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, well, what can you do? You know? Uh well, you know what I'll do is I'll keep her contact information. If I ever have another animation that's this big and I need someone, I'll write a part for her.
Oh,
You know?
that's always fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of the way I wrote the professor for R and Raw.
Okay then. Yeah,
Yeah.
it has its own set of challenges.
Yeah. But I mean, I when I was writing that part, I knew Aaron Raw was right for the role. I mean, the character looks nothing like him. The character looks like a kindly old uncle kind of guy.
Yeah, not a
But
Klingon.
no, no, he doesn't look like the unholy spawn betwixt a Klingon woman and Genghis Khan. Much
that's
the way Aaron Raw does.
that's the nice thing about voice acting, though. You can look like a donut and sound like a pirate.
Mhm.
As long as you
Oh,
sound like the pirate, you're fine.
my original videos, I was not on camera in any way. Like my first year or so on YouTube, I did not appear on camera. And the way people described what they thought I looked like was crazy pants. Like just based on my voice,
Mm-hmm.
people thought I looked like a teenage cheerleader.
Oh, no.
I know, right? And so when I finally appeared on camera, people were like, brain not work now. How? No, no. So yeah,
Excuse me, but you're far too intelligent for the teenage cheerleader part.
I wonder how many teenage cheerleaders are actually like weapons grade geniuses, but they think they have to fill a certain role in the world.
I wonder. Um,
I mean, because like I remember there was an episode of Malcolm in the Middle where like Malcolm, who's a super genius, gets paired in a science classroom with this girl who comes off like such an airhead. And so he's trying to explain to her how to do the experiment, and she starts just like spouting all of the jargon and explaining how to do it to him. And he's like, "Oh my god, you're smart." And she's like, "Yeah, well, keep it to yourself." And she treats him like absolute crap outside of the classroom because she has to maintain that sort of valley girl attitude so that people can understand, like, so people can accept her instead of thinking she's a nerd bag, you know?
okay, then.
And I wonder how many times that's happened in real life, even to the point where someone suppresses who they are. Like they don't even acknowledge how smart they are because they have to fill that role. And so don't accept that part of themselves rather than accepting it and hiding it, like that character on Malcolm in the Middle.
It would be interesting to know the answer to that question. Yeah. Um, that may or may not have been the case. There was one cheerleader I knew in high school who was half of a set of twins, um, and her sister was the valedictorian or salutatorian, I forget, of a class of 890. Um, so Betty may or may not have been worlds removed from Kathy, because you have the situations where you have two peas in a pod, and then you have the situations where, the worlds apart.
Were
Um,
they identical twins?
Fraternal.
Okay. Well, I mean, that could make a difference, couldn't it?
Yes, it could. Um,
Yeah.
the environment was there, but as far as the genetics were concerned, they were, no closer than any other set of siblings.
It is
Um,
kind of wacky how that can happen where it's like you have two siblings and one's a genius and one's a dipshit, or one's beautiful and one's ugly as sin, you know?
mm-hmm.
I mean, like just how genetics interact with each other. I mean, one thing I've actually wanted to do for quite some time is try to make a sort of like evolution simulator,
Okay.
like a
Okay.
video game where there's DNA and all of that, even if it's just simulated, even if it's a very limited number of traits. The problem is that I need to talk to a geneticist and find out how it works, because it's not like there's just an eyesight gene and a scent gene and a skin gene. They all interact with each other. So it's like if you get this one dominant gene here and this one recessive gene here and this and that, the other thing, it can affect every trait you got, you know? So it's like I don't really know how to program in, like, to create a genetic model, a simulated genetic model that isn't just, an eyesight gene and a scent gene and a hearing gene and all of that.
I'm wondering if Concordance would be a good person to talk to about that.
I don't know.
I know for
But I
the.
mean, like, there's a lot of evolution simulators out there that are
Yeah.
really bad,
Yes,
like really
yes.
bad.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
and I would very much like to make a good version if I can. And there are some video game engines out there where the coding experience necessary is very small. Like if you plug in the artwork and know even anything at all about like if then statements, you can do it all drag and drop.
Okay, then.
So I'm thinking, and I have enough limited programming experience to understand the basic concepts of programming more than most people might,
Okay, then, yes.
you know? And so I think the potential exists for me to make a simulator like this. But I just need to understand how genetics interact with each other, how genes interact with each other to create multiple, like where one gene can control multiple different aspects, but another gene will muddy that water and create this pattern instead, and all that stuff without making it the big print easy reader version. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. And Amiga Nuts, yes, that is the case. Hedy Lamarr was an absolute genius who had a bunch of patents and everything. Yeah.
That's Headley. Sorry. Had to.
Oh man, it's so unfortunate that now Mel Brooks could not make most of the stuff he made.
Hmm. Oh gosh, the amount of protesting that would happen if Blazing Saddles is made today.
Yeah.
I mean, even considering just how anti-racist that movie is, the fact that it depicts racism would make people lose their minds.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, you know what's so funny? Mongo, the guy who played Mongo, was like the dad on a sitcom. I want to say Webster.
Oh yes,
And
yes.
and it's so hard to picture. Like I see the face and I can picture the mustache on Mongo, and I go, oh, yeah, it's totally the same guy. But their characters are so different. It's like watching Bryan Cranston in Malcolm in the Middle and then watching him in Breaking Bad, or like watching Hugh Laurie in Blackadder and then watching him in House. It's that different. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I remember him in his previous career, but that's another story.
Okay.
Alex Karras played with, I think, the Lions.
Oh, football.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, wow, I'm glad I got that right. It's weird to me because like I'm not sports people, and yet I can usually tell whether it's football or baseball, maybe basketball. Do not ask me about hockey. I won't know. And I know the name of exactly one American soccer team. So,
Yeah,
um,
he played with the Lions. Yes.
okay, okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, because when we were talking about Pittsburgh earlier, the thing that flashed through my head was Pirates, right? That was the
That's
baseball
the
team, right?
baseball team here. Yes.
Yeah, I like I say, I'm not sports people, but for some reason, certain things stuck in my head when it comes to sports.
Yeah.
I mean,
Here.
I'll probably watch the Super Bowl again this year, not because I like the Super Bowl, but I mean, I no, scratch that. Not because I like football, but for some reason, the Super Bowl is a bit of a blast.
It's amazing though what a if you want to call it a circus, it's become. What a big show business production and everything, where before the Super Bowl was the Super Bowl. No, ladies and gentlemen, there was no Super Bowl one. There was no Super Bowl two. It was the NFL AFL championship game. Thank you very much. But then
Mhm.
that was a football game. Now it's a big show. It's a big production. And I don't know if that's the sort of thing that turns me on. I'm not much of a football fan anyway, really. But
Well, I only learned to appreciate the game because Microsoft made me test NFL Fever 2002, and I ended up enjoying it.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it grew on me like a fungus, but I ended up appreciating the game a bit, and so now, like, I don't pay attention to actual football, but I will watch the Super Bowl and pick the winners based on whose helmets I think are prettiest.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So the
Well,
Browns
one
will
thing
never win because their helmets are, without question, the most boring in American football.
well that doesn't mean that another team's helmets won't be ugly.
Okay.
Yeah. But one thing that was kind of funny in NFL Fever 2002, you can make your own custom teams. Now,
Mm.
these games have announcers that are part of the game, and so they will plug the name of the team in when they're like doing the color commentary as you play.
Oh
And
boy.
one of the team names that was built in was the Pansies. And they had these like pink and yellow uniforms. They had flowers on their helmets. And I was like, oh, I am so playing as the fucking Pansies. You have no idea.
Oh my! The first thing that comes into my mind was the Monty Python military drill thing. Yeah,
Oh, right, right.
yeah,
Yeah. I don't actually have that memorized, but it was something like, you military fairy and all that. Yeah.
yeah, huh?
One thing I thought was funny is how often Graham Chapman played a straight guy.
Yeah.
Even opposite people playing complete and total fairies, he was the straight guy despite being the gay fella on the cast.
Yes.
That amuses me like you wouldn't believe. It's kind of the same way that in like sitcoms, the womanizing rat bastard is inevitably played by a gay man.
Okay then.
Like they
Um,
apparently gay men play the best womanizing assholes. They really do.
there may be various reasons for that. Yeah, it's amazing though how, at least during a certain era, a gay man could very easily play a straight man because they usually had to on the street.
Well, yes.
Um, and I'm so happy those days are done.
Mm.
Let's just
I
spread the
remember
love around a little bit more, huh?
I remember back in the 1990s, there was like a whole bunch of celebrities coming out all at once. And the one I remember best, and probably no one's even heard of this fucker except you and me, was wow, and his name just popped out of my head. Jim J. Bullock.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
And I remember him on, I want to say it was Ricky Lake. And he came out on stage wearing a pink sports coat and like white pants and stuff. And I remember him just going, I am out like that, and he was so proud of it. And I remember, like, I don't know why that stuck in my head, but I remember him coming out like that.
Yeah, didn't he play a preacher or something?
The role, like, I remember him being in some TV show or other where it was what I knew him for best at the time. But now all I can remember him is him playing the prince in Spaceballs.
Okay, I'm searching back in my memory of Spaceballs.
Prince Valium. The guy who
Oh,
was,
yeah, yeah, okay.
yeah. Okay, now what is the thing I remember him in best? Maybe it was Too Close for Comfort was the show. Cause that name is familiar. I don't remember him being on Alf. But let's see here. Too Close for Comfort. Man, that show looks really familiar, but
I know the title.
oh well, it doesn't matter that much. It's just, yeah, he was on it. I remember that. Let's see if I can find a picture of him doing the coming out. Oh, that's what it is. I saw him on Hollywood Squares like constantly.
Okay,
That was
then.
it. That was it. And I remember thinking he was very funny.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, I haven't seen him since Spaceballs.
That's a while ago.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, um,
Yeah, because I think I actually, yeah, I saw Too Close for Comfort. Somebody liked it or something, and I saw it that way.
let's see. Well, I'm seeing a lot of self credits, so maybe I'll find it there. Wow, Joan Rivers. I did forgot she had a show.
Yep.
It might have been that. It was 1989. I don't know. I don't know. But it was definitely before most of the other stuff I'm seeing. So maybe it was the Joan Rivers show, except I never watched that. Maybe it wasn't him I'm thinking of. Hell, for all I know, maybe he's not even gay. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. But I'm pretty sure it was him.
What, Bullock?
Yeah.
Oh, he was a screaming queen.
Okay.
I'm reasonably sure, anyway.
I'm looking at his IMDb trivia. It says he is not in any way related to Sandra Bullock. Oh, of course he's gay. He joined the cast of Hairspray on Broadway.
Oh,
I mean,
that
okay,
seals it right there.
that's a horrible like stereotype, but still.
Yeah, I mean, I think I remember thinking from the first moment I saw him on Too Close for Comfort, is, yeah, gay as a picnic basket, for Christ's sake.
Hmm. It's funny, like I remember a long time ago, someone described someone else as gay as a purple tomato, and I said that. I, I said that to someone, and he misheard it as gay as a purple tornado, and I was like, you know what? That's even better.
Okay, then.
But I
Okay.
haven't been saying it here because of a certain other tornado we have around, and I don't want it misconstrued.
Okay, then.
You know, if I said gay as a purple tornado and he was here, I don't think it would go well, even after an explanation.
Mm hmm.
So I haven't been saying it, but it is one of my favorite ways of describing someone who is absolutely flamingly out gay. And no insult meant. I just think it's amusing, and I bet a lot of them would too.
Oh, indeed. No, I remember. I guess I sort of picked up the gay as a picnic basket thing from Betty White on one of the
Huh.
episodes of what is it, Golden Girls?
Yeah, although I don't know the specific line, but Golden Girls she was on.
Yeah, where the vixen was dating somebody, and
Blanche.
okay, yeah, I don't remember any of the names. You know, the one that of the three, the one that was not played by B. Arthur. Um,
Well, okay, I'm pretty sure there were a bunch of them that weren't played by B. Arthur, but okay.
I mean, of the three of them, we've already identified the one Betty White, and then
Right.
of the two that are left, but she was dating somebody, and then the character played by B. Arthur had a little bit of a question of
Yeah, that was Dorothy.
Dorothy. Okay, there we go.
There
No,
was Dorothy, Rose, Blanche, and Sophia.
okay then. Okay then. Yeah, got it. And there was a little bit of a question going on, and Rose says, "Yeah, gay as a picnic basket," and that kind of stuck with me.
Hmm. Yeah. Man, there were a lot of shows where I was aware of them when they were happening and have never even seen them. Like, I don't remember ever actually watching Three's Company.
You're probably better off for that.
Well, maybe. I mean, I've gone back and tried to watch older shows like 1980s or 1980, literally the year 1980 and before. Can't do it. They're so bad.
Oh yes, absolutely. My wife really liked Three's Company, uh, but just two words:
Hmm.
Suzanne Summers.
I know the name. I'm sure I've seen her in something, and I know which one she is on Three's Company, but I cannot place her in the cultural zeitgeist as why she would be gag worthy.
She always seemed to play the ditzy blonde, and that sort of character just sickens me. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, 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 because she was in American Graffiti. Right, right. Now, am I wrong, or was she one of the voices on a cartoon show? I want to say Tailspin, but I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Well,
Let's.
I'm not seeing that in her credits. So now I'm curious who the hell was playing the mom on Tailspin, because I swear it was Sally Struthers, I think it might have been. Nah, it can't be. Okay, this is gonna bug me. It is Sally Struthers. Played Rebecca Cunningham on Tailspin.
Okay then.
You know, it's funny. I love that show. I really do. It's a great show. But then someone pointed out that it's kind of, if not actually racist, used a lot of racial stereotypes in it. And I'm like, damn it, why do you got to ruin stuff I like? You know, like I never noticed that when I was watching it, and no part of me would have made the racial connections. But at the
Okay.
same time, I see it now that you've mentioned it, and damn it, you've ruined it for me. I hate all of you. I want you to die in a fire with spikes in your head. So that's a shame. But I do like it
I
still.
I went looking up the name on the Googles, and
Hmm.
the way they present the pictures and everything else up in the corner, and the first thought that came to my mind is, okay, it's amazing, isn't it? Though the so many of the actresses who thought they were such hot stuff, and everybody thought they were such hot stuff, age like a moldy log. Because I'm
Mm.
looking at the pictures. And, oh my God, horrible. Um, he
Yeah.
was a little Jergens or something.
Well,
Um,
I mean, I wonder what some of these people look like now. Because let's see. Suzanne Summers. Let me look here. Suzanne Summers.
yeah, you're better at
Oh
displaying things
golly.
than I am.
You know what? She kind of looks like Joan Rivers now. After Joan Rivers had all that wacky ass surgery on her face.
Yeah,
I mean, I have to wonder, like, it seems like Joan Rivers jumped off the Michael Jackson cliff where you get too much facial surgery and it just ruins you.
yep.
Like, now I will admit, oh, this sounds kind of horrible of me when I say it, but I think Jennifer Grey looks better now.
I'm not sure I know who or what Jennifer Grey
She
is.
was she was the sister in Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, 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 oh! It all falls into place. Now I know. Yes.
And you know what it comes down to is she made her nose less Jewish.
Oh
And I
my.
realize that sounds horrible when I say it. And my mom's side of the family's Jewish, so we're allowed to hit our own. And when I did and I'm adopted, but when I did the 23andMe thing, it said a large part of me is Ashkenazi Jewish. But so I think I'm allowed to say I'm hitting my own, and that's allowed, you know,
Mm-hmm.
when I say that. Um, and let's face it, before I had my own face done, I had not just Jewish genes, but also Italian genes. My nose lost two genetic lotteries. So, yeah.
Yeah, but you were still Kate Farr, okay? And that's what's important.
All right, let's put it this way. Since I got the face taken care of, I am getting a lot fewer hate comments telling me I'm ugly.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay, I'll take it. I mean, it's
I mean, they used to come like every other day, and now not so much.
this is good thing for you.
Yes.
Yes, many much the good thing.
Yes. Now, I actually recently rewatched Tailspin. Well, I say recently, it wasn't too long ago, is my point, and I think it still holds up. I'm just saying, it's like, how I was mentioning a lot of older shows, especially cartoon
Oh,
shows,
okay.
did not age well.
Oh,
I
right,
thought
right,
that
right, 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 right,
Tailspin,
right.
I thought that Tailspin did, and that's a good thing. Because I mean, okay, I'm sure I've mentioned before that I like diesel punk for some reason,
Yes, yes.
and Tailspin is like diesel punk for kids.
Hmm.
It really is. I mean, it's set on a tropical island in some place that might or might not be Earth, but with furries or whatever. And it's clearly got a lot of sort of like World War II inspired visuals. It's kind of like, imagine the private airport on a desert island somewhere that doesn't get a lot of traffic. In fact, when you think about it, oh man, I don't know why I never noticed this before. Tailspin is remarkably like Wings if it were set in the tropics. I don't know if you
Okay,
know the sitcom Wings.
I do. As a matter of fact, I spend a lot of my time distinguishing wings from wings. Um, One of
Sure.
my favorite shows was the Discovery Channel series Wings,
Well, I
and
mean the
and
sitcom.
then yes, and
And
I actually saw a few episodes of that.
and honestly, now that I think about it, they are remarkably similar. Wow. I don't know why I never figured that out before. Hell, what's his face? Lowell even kind of looks like Wildcat. Now, granted, nobody on that show looks like Baloo, but still.
Okay, now Wildcat somehow, yeah, would be a nickname that would work on a show like Wings.
Yeah, except that Wildcat's not a pilot. He's actually the rather idiotic mechanic. Like he's a mechanical genius, but he's otherwise a dipshit, just like Lowell on Wings.
Okay, then.
And what Dark, let me see here, Dark Allure says, I hated Darkwing Duck, hated it. That was the era where everything started to be dark and gritty because of the friggin' 90s. And I hated that about the 90s. Hated it. And Darkwing Duck was an extension of that. So I didn't care for it.
I'm trying to remember here, and I'm probably. Was Darkwing Duck Daffy Duck cast into another role?
No,
No.
because
Okay.
Daffy Duck is Looney Tunes and this was Disney.
Oh, okay, fine.
He had kind of a, I hesitate to say Scarlet Pimpernel look to him, but he had the big hat
Yes,
and like
yes.
like the coat and the cape and all
And the
that.
Zorro mask and all that stuff going on, yeah.
I mean he definitely had that look to him, and I was about to look up a picture to show if people didn't know it, but I ended up typing in Dark Wang Duck, and you don't want to know what came up. Um,
Oh no!
yeah, yeah.
Weren't
It's
we
kind of like
talking?
if you get the chance, decide not to look up Blue Waffle.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I already know why. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But
Oh
Darkwing
my.
Duck, it sort of had a, I want to say like film noir motif going on. But that's Darkwing Duck right there. And that's like the opposite of what I'm into.
Okay, I'm gonna have to wait for it to come on because you've probably dropped it while it hasn't come on YouTube yet. Because I
Why
was in
aren't
the
you just
midst
looking
of.
off the screen?
Say again.
Like like the you and me live part.
Oh yeah, that's okay. The one thing I had wrong is I thought that Darkwing Duck was all in black, but no, it seems it's purple. No, I was looking up
But I mean,
Colleen Frank on the stuff.
if we're gonna talk about ducks with a theme, give me Gizmo Duck.
Oh, okay. I actually know about Gizmo Duck as well.
Yeah,
The one,
if we're gonna have Darkwing Duck versus Gizmo Duck, I'll take Gizmo Duck every time.
and one thing I do want to do, I'll get around to it one of these days, is find the old, the early Howard the Duck,
The movie or the comic?
the comic.
Okay, because I've only seen the movie, and wow, that is so bad.
I did read a couple issues of Howard the Duck. Um, it wasn't bad. It was bad, but it wasn't bad. Now, Howard was a really interesting character, very cynical, um, not a good boy at all. But no, from
Mm.
what little clips I've seen of Howard the Duck, the film, no, shit, didn't even
Oh,
resemble Howard in
so
the
bad.
comics.
Yeah. Well, um. Anyway, it's about 20 minutes to my game day, so I
Ah,
kind of gotta go.
I had forgotten all about. Well, I get so wrapped up in talking with you anyway. So shut up,
Uh,
Clarion. Uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and
So I do have to leave. I will catch you, evil geniuses, later.
well, thank you for coming by, and thank you for sticking around for 4 freaking hours. I mean, Jesus, man.
Has it been that long? Man, I'm actually awake by the end of it.
Yeah, because I have the time here on my clock is 1640 hours, and you came onto the chat panel. Wait, about 20 minutes early, 15 minutes early, something like that.
Something like that.
So yeah, you've
Well,
been.
you sent me the invite. That's why I showed up as early as I did.
Hmm.
Usually you only send the invite like 10-ish minutes before the show starts, maybe that. So,
I gotta remember to keep up the early send. I mean, just in case shit goes wrong, because you know, Kate, nothing ever goes wrong on this stream at all.
oh,
Uh,
never. Anyways, catch you
thanks,
later,
son, for coming
Craig.
by,
Bye.
and be good, have fun.
I can't be good, but I just won't get caught.
Okay. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. So I guess that kind of. There we go. I guess that kind of means that you folks probably don't want to put up with my solo because I suck at flying solo. I really do. I think you already know that. But this has been a great show. And I want to thank all of you who are here. I want to thank all of you who are not here. In a audience, I really need to thank you again and again and again. The best part about this show is doing it for you guys, really and truly. In a way, it's sort of a next best thing to having friends in real life and everything, and can sit at the table with you and play cards and have a beer and shit like that. Um, but as I say, next best thing. And one of these days, what I've got to do is, set up a little backyard barbecue and almost a convention, if you will, for those of you who would come all the way out here just to have a hamburger with yours truly. But until then, thank you for coming by as you do. And I will, as much as I sometimes just want to throw my hands up and give up, not because of anything that happens here, but just anyway, I really can't because it's great to be here, and it's great to be doing the show, and it's great to have you guys watching and that sort of thing. So I guess what I can say to that then is thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.